Everyone, we're about to start. Just a quick reminder to turn off your cell phones or put it on vibrate so you don't distract the sessions. So welcome to 5th Annual HIVE Tech Summit. Woo! We have very exciting speakers today. They came here from Silicon Valley to share their experience with all of us and get to know awesome Armenian tech community better. We're going to have live Q&A sessions, so please download Pigeonhole or go to Pigeonhole's website. Our passcode is HIVE, so you can ask your questions to speakers after each session. I'm Asti. I joined HIVE earlier this year as head of operations in Armenia. Prior to HIVE, I was with this startup called Crisp, and HIVE was the first VC writing check to us. And it opened up many doors for Crisp. At Crisp, I experienced how VC written check can really change the direction of the startup's path in its early days. I joined HIVE to grow its Armenian presence even more and help accelerate the momentum the Armenian tech ecosystem is having. With that, I'd like to invite Nina, my partner at HIVE, to talk more about HIVE's past journey and its future vision. Please welcome Nina.
You did a great job. All right, welcome everybody. Thank you all so much for coming. It's incredible to see so many people here and also people on the live stream, so thank you for joining. This is our 5th time bringing Silicon Valley leaders to Armenia, and I could not be more excited about the amazing lineup of people we have today. So just to get started, as you all know, HIVE's mission is to be a bridge between Armenia and Silicon Valley. As many of you in this room have probably experienced, if you live thousands of miles away from Silicon Valley, it's probably pretty hard to break into that network. And so what we do is 3 things. We invest early in Armenian startups, we help connect them to mentors, and we also help them access Silicon Valley knowledge and venture capital. And as you probably guessed, we're very excited about the technology scene in Armenia. In fact, it has been exploding over the last 4 years, and we're just getting started. Since HIVE was started, for example, we've already seen the following milestones happen. PixArt, an Armenian-based startup, was backed by Sequoia, one of the best investors in the world. Companies like Wakey and many others followed them as they were the first Armenian company to get into Y Combinator. Hero House opened Startup Academy to help accelerate early-stage founders. Silicon Valley-based companies like Venetti opened offices here because they were so excited about the talent. And in this short period of time, we also saw the first billion-dollar valued Armenian startup, Service Titan, which is awesome. Slide not working. Can you go to the next slide? Thank you. Okay, so we do 3 things at HIVE. The first thing that I mentioned is that we invest early. Oftentimes, we write the first check into a company. A great example of this is Crisp. As Asik mentioned, we were the first investors in this company. I met with David and Arto in San Francisco on a Saturday morning, and I was absolutely blown away by not only their technical chops, but domain expertise. Crisp builds a machine learning product that helps in real time cancel background noise. So whether you're on a sales call or any other important call, your voice can be heard loud and clear. So I met them and we decided to invest $50,000. But we didn't just stop there. We connected them to some of Silicon Valley's best angels and seed investors, and they went on to quickly raise $500,000. After that, we continued to work with Crisp. We helped them on their pitch deck, we helped them brainstorm go-to-market strategies, and then we introduced them to later stage follow-on capital. And to date, they've raised $3.5 million. We're incredibly excited about what they're doing, and this is just a small example of the way that we help work with amazing Armenian entrepreneurs. We also bring non-Armenian tech leaders to Silicon Valley. I cannot tell you how incredible this is. Many of these individuals work at the most valuable, fastest growing technology companies in San Francisco and in the US. And a lot of them, even if some of you were based in San Francisco, it would be difficult to get time with these people because they're running incredibly large and fast-paced businesses. However, to date, these 150 tech leaders have taken flights over 20 hours, have taken time off work, have left their families to come here with no previous ties to Armenia and spend 3 to 4 days mentoring startups. And it doesn't just stop there. The connections that these startups build with these mentors turn into future introductions, help with hiring, and intros to future customers. We've had people come from Amazon, Google, Uber, Robinhood, Spark Capital, Bessemer, the list goes on and on and on. President of YC, and we're incredibly excited by the lineup that we have today as well. And then the final thing that we do is we actually help US-based companies like ServiceTitan hire in Armenia. As you guys all know, there's some incredibly talented people in our larger global community. And a lot of them are dying to do something in Armenia, to hire people here. But unless you have the playbook and the connections and you understand how to do it, it's really hard. So that's where HIVE comes in. After we invested in ServiceTitan, we worked closely with Ara and Vahe to make the business case to the board for why they should open an office in Armenia. We then helped them hire their first ServiceTitan employee here, Asha Tonoyan, who has since helped build the team to 50 people, and their plans are to continue hiring in Armenia and expand far more from there. And to date, we have backed 40 incredible founders all over the world that are Armenian, that are building technology startup companies. Our companies have raised follow-on funding of $300 million from some of the top-tier investors, and we're incredibly fortunate to be very early in some of these companies. And as I've already mentioned, in our portfolio, we already have the first Armenian unicorn, and we believe there's at least 5 more sitting in our portfolio that are just waiting to hatch. So we're very excited about that. But you know, as I stop and reflect on the journey of HIVE and what it took to get here, one thing becomes very apparent to me, that all it really takes is one person to believe in a vision, to catalyze something like this. And today I just want to share with you who this one person is. So a few years ago, I came to Armenia and I did a PowerPoint presentation on how I wanted to build an Armenian venture capital fund. I did not work in VC at the time. I had never invested in a startup. I was working at Google, but I just knew this was something that had to exist. And after my presentation, this one individual came up to me and she said, Nina, I believe in your vision and I'm going to give you $1 million to start making this a reality. And although this person is always behind the scenes and she never likes to take credit for her work and what she's done a tremendous amount for Armenia. And so I'd like you all to join me in recognizing Edil Hovnanian today. Stand up. All right, so thank you, Edil, for all your support. But I do want to highlight that, you know, even with a lean team, and of our team, 3 out of 4 have other full-time intense jobs, we're still able to make an impact for Armenia. And I just want that to be an inspiration to all of you in the audience, because you really can. There's so much to do here, and we're so early in our journey of Armenian tech and Armenian startups that, you know, if you have an idea and you have an excitement or you have a skill set or something that you want to share, you should do something. Put your mind and actually make it happen, because this community could really benefit from each and every one of you doing that. So just to wrap up, I'd love to thank the Hrair and Anna Hovnanian Foundation again for their continued support of HIVE. I also want to thank AUA for making this space available, and the incredible team for helping us work through logistics of 400 people on the wait list. And I also really want to thank all of our speakers who, again, have taken time away to come here. Most of them are not Armenian. Most of them would never have probably come here, but they're all here today, and thank you so much for coming. You guys cannot even imagine the impact that you're making and the impact that you're going to make in the future. So thank you so much. Okay, and just to close, if you are interested in getting involved in HIVE, there's 3 ways you can do it. If you're an Armenian founder and you're looking for funding, we'd love to help you. Or if you're an Armenian founder and you feel like you can give some advice of things you've learned back to the community, we'd love to make that happen. Second, if you're a mentor and you're interested in sharing a specific skill set or a Rolodex of potential customers or help with hiring, that's something that we would also love for you to get involved with. And finally, if you're an angel investor and you want to co-invest in some incredible Armenian companies and be along for the journey and help be a mentor for these startups, that's the 3rd way that you can get involved. All right, so just to wrap up, we have an incredible lineup of speakers coming up. Please use the Q&A. We are going to spend a lot of time doing live Q&A, so you can ask them all the hard questions that you're dying to hear. And with that, we're going to invite the first panel up and get started. Success Beyond Silicon Valley. Thank you.
Like it works.
Hello, everyone. Hello?
Hello. Okay, mine's working.
I think mine works too. All right, hello, everyone. First of all, I want to thank Nina and the entire HIVE team for putting this together and for inviting us all to this beautiful country. Let's give them a big round of applause. I guess let's start with short introductions, like maybe say a few words about yourself, your background, and we'll get into our theme.
Sure, yeah, it works. Hello, everyone. My name is Natalia Solodakova. I thank Nina very much for inviting me to this exciting event and to your country. It's the first time I'm in Armenia, and I'm loving it. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Bazula. We're not from the Silicon Valley, but we do have some experience working with international clients. We're Russia's largest native advertising network and ad exchange, and we work with the top 100 advertisers around the world, ranging from Unilever to Nike and Coca-Cola.
Hi, my name is Marketa. I am an investor at a VC fund from Central Eastern Europe that has a similar aim to HIVE, which is to connect entrepreneurs from our region to Silicon Valley. And previously I worked as a consultant at McKinsey & Company, and then I did my MBA at Harvard Business School.
Cool. And I'm Ilya. I'm a founding and managing partner of ITBF Global Ventures. We're an international early-stage venture capital firm. We invest in all sorts of things from satellites to software companies. And we do have 2 Armenian companies in the portfolio, ShopMonkey and Service Titan. Very happy about both of those. Before we start, I want to actually ask the audience, I mean, how many of you are entrepreneurs or work at a startup or even maybe just thinking of doing a startup? Oh, wow. Oh, that's a lot. Okay, and let me ask you another question. How many of you, ever thought of or dreamed of, just packing your bags, moving to sunny California and, starting the next Google or Airbnb or whatever? Okay, all right. A bit less than I expected, but okay. But it's an interesting time because it hasn't never, at least not in my memory, been so easy to move to Silicon Valley and start a business there through various startup schools, acceleration programs, and many people do. I mean, out of 300 unicorns that exist in the world today, or private companies with $1 billion or over $1 billion valuation, more than half is in the United States. The country also enjoys the lion's share of venture capital funding. So it's no surprise that so many people want to move there and either expand their businesses to or start new businesses in America. But I want to ask you guys a question like, why not move to Silicon Valley? Why stay where you are and try to build your business in Armenia or Russia or somewhere in Europe? What do you think?
So my perspective on this is that it's just extremely hard. And if you want to be a global business, you have to do it either in Silicon Valley or New York or somewhere on the East Coast or somewhere else. But if you want to be a global company, you have to go somewhere. But it's just very hard. Because if you think about it, the salaries are much higher in the US than they are in your local market, be it Armenia or somewhere else. And suddenly, if you raise 1.5 million US dollars, it gives you runway for about a year, maybe a year and a half, to hire 3 engineers, set up a business there, and then hope for the best. And it's very much go big or go home, or rather go big or die very quickly. And so, you know, if you don't have the ambition and you're not 100% sure that this is what you want to do, maybe just trying it without a clear goal is not the best idea. And also, it's very hard on the personal level, and just, you know, being suddenly, if you move from Armenia to Silicon Valley and you still potentially have a team here, suddenly you have, you know, 10 to 11 hours difference, and suddenly you're coordinating a team on these 2 timelines where you never sleep. You have to always manage this, so it's grueling. Like, you know, the founders that have done it always said that it's extremely hard, but it can also be extremely rewarding. So just think about what you want to do.
Oh, I fully agree. I think that moving your business to a different geography is not the matter of what people tell you should do. It's not the matter of VCs telling you that your company has less value if you're localized. It's the matter of your ambition, like my colleague said here. It's whether or not you are willing to deal with more challenge, more reward in the end. And it depends on your network, on how well you can do your research, on how much access you have to international contacts that can give you a better insight into what the international market really is, the country that you've picked, what it's like. I know for a fact from my personal experience that if you do decide to scale and go to a different market, what you need to start with is a lot of research and planning. And I advise to those who are looking to expand to start your product with a different market in mind, because it's very hard to scale something that's very localized. So that's one thing I know for a fact. I wouldn't be able to answer the question why not go to the Silicon Valley, because I think it's a great, development for any startup. I can only share, some maybe like insights on what's the best way to do it.
Let me take you up on that then. So what mistakes to avoid for a local founder wanting to expand to a global market? What are the common things that startups get wrong? What to avoid?
Well, one thing that I don't know how common it is, how applicable it is to the Armenian market, but sharing my experience from the Russian-based companies and like a lot of friends that I have in tech, I can say that one thing that people not always think about is actually fluency in the English language. I know a lot of people who tried doing something abroad, being not so fluent, and they expected that even like that having a great product will help them, fight this obstacle, but in fact, it's a huge disadvantage. So this is one thing that's less on the practical side, but still it's important to think about it. And if we speak of the actual huge mistakes that people make, I'd say that, well, first of all, it's lack of research and lack of planning and lack of knowledge of the market that you're going to. You have to know, you have to do a lot of competitor research and actually know in all the smallest details how your competitors sell, how your product compares to what they offer, if it's just better, if it's unique, and it better be unique. That's always easier. you have to know what the sales cycle is, and it's a big mistake to draw a comparison between what you're doing in your local market and how it's going to be abroad. It's always different. You have to know exactly how long it takes you to get your first customer, how much it costs, like what you're fighting against, what are your competitors doing, are they hiring a lot of people, or are they doing like extensive online marketing campaigns. It's important to know who's going to support you. It's better to have a local partner, somebody who knows the market and who can introduce you to the right people. And then a lot of people like make a mistake of spending a lot of investors' money right away and hiring a big local team. That I think is, premature. It's better to hire one person and, start working step by step on actually like elaborating and making a bigger draft of a product and then gradually launch it. And then I think it's also having a partner at home. It's very important. You don't want to expand and go to a different market and see your business die in your own country. And this is not something the investors are going to like, So you have to make sure you have enough ability to actually run the marathon in 2 different markets. So that I think these are the mistakes that people often make. They do it fast, they hire a lot of people, they spend the budget, and then they see the business fall apart in both, places, even though it was successful back home, for instance.
I totally agree. Just a couple of things I would add. One is it's important to go abroad when you have a product market fit to some extent, because again, as we said, it's extremely expensive and you won't have time to try to figure out if your product actually, will get some traction. And what we sometimes see is that founders think that they can just hire a couple of salespeople to start the new geography, but they will stay behind with their old team. And that doesn't work that well, because we see that the best salesperson at the beginning, when you're super early, is the founder. Like, the product the best, and you are the best person to sell it. So if you decide to go abroad, you should pack up and just move there with the aim, just hiring maybe one person at the beginning or 2, but you have to be the champion of your product at first.
I agree. I wanted to add to that, when you hire someone abroad and you have a small team, that's growing, it's very important that you don't fully rely on that team. You have to know the market yourself. You have to do all your research. Once again, I'm repeating myself. And you can't trust the people. You have to be the one person that's actually making decisions in the beginning. And then, once you're sure that you've grown it to the next level, you can, delegate some of the authority.
I see we're getting a lot of questions related to venture funding. Brigitte, I wanted to ask you, I was dying to ask you to tell us a story about one of your portfolio companies, which has to date raised over $1 billion. It's a robotic process automation company out of Romania, UiPath. Congrats on that investment, by the way.
Thank you.
What was it like, early on that company, and how come, why did you guys fund them? And as a second part to that question, I guess, to expand on what people in the audience are asking, what benchmarks, how do you qualify for a venture investment as a startup out of Armenia? How do you raise your first VC money as a company from this part of the world?
So first of all, who knows UiPath, what they do? Okay, almost no one. Great. So I'll tell you a bit about them. So UiPath is a company, as you said, from Romania. They do robotic process automation, which basically they use AI and machine learning to automate processes in businesses that are repetitive, done the same way every single time. So they basically save a lot of time for people, and they can focus on something else. This company started in 2005 originally, but didn't raise money until 2015 because they shifted in what they were doing. And in 2015, we were the first investors in their seed round, and the investment was 1.5 million. I'll just walk you quickly through what the success for UiPath looked like. So Spring of 2015, they raised 1.5 million at a valuation of roughly 10 million. 2 years later, they raised 30 million at a valuation of 110 million USD. A year after that, they raised 153 million. A half a year later, which was fall 2018, they raised over $250 million. And then this spring, they closed their Series D round at a valuation of $7 billion with $568 being raised. And that was on revenues, annual recurring revenues of about 200 million at that point, and they're trying to hit 450 million ARR. So in 5 years, they went from something like 50,000 USD, not even recurring revenue. It was revenue on their old product, which we weren't really looking at. So they raised on a promise and great technology and great team, and this is where they went. So back to why...
By the way, 7 billion, that's just looked at 3.5% of Romania's GDP.
I mean, yes, they did great. So why we invested at that point was because we saw that Daniel, the founder, was just exceptional. What we often see is that founders that have previous experience in the US, which he had, he worked there to get to know the market. He came and he had this technology which was superior, which was aligned very much with our thesis, which is we have great tech talent in our region, and that talent is also quite cheap and not that well known. So what we invested in was this company that had great product, great talent, great founder, and we were like, these guys are going to make it into Silicon Valley and make it global. So we invested on their idea and the technology that was superior and new at that time. They basically created the space to a large extent.
So what are the top 3 things investors are looking in startups?
So one thing is the team, the founding team. It's very important for us what your previous experience is, how driven you are, how you relay your message and your idea to us. That's definitely number one. Number 2 is the idea and the product. Like quite often, unless it's something completely exceptional and something completely new, then it can be quite early on the product. But usually we want to see that you have something that's defendable. It's not just an execution play that you've seen this work in the Silicon Valley and you're doing it in your country. We want to see that you're doing something new that hasn't been done before, and ideally it's on technology that's hard to develop. And because you're a great founder and you have the talent, you were able to develop this, but if someone else tried it, it would take them a long time, and therefore our investment is defendable.
Thank you. Natalia, another question I've been getting here is how do you structure sales when you're going abroad? Like, what's the right approach there? What mistakes not to make?
Well, we've tried 2 approaches really, and only one worked. So the first was to actually get a physical office in the US and hire a lot of expensive salespeople and go after large clients, spend a lot of money on everything, including client entertainment, because in EdTech it's very expensive. And then we were competing against a bunch of against 16, 20, 30, 40 salespeople hired by bigger companies that just raised huge rounds from local VCs, though that we quickly realized that wasn't the right strategy, even though advised to us by the locals, by the local people we hired from the market. So what really worked was retreating and taking a different approach, and that I think is applicable to a lot of Armenian startups. It's in fact when you develop, when your technology enables you to get clients and, well, in our case we have clients and suppliers of traffic remotely, and then it's, basically, right now we reached the point where we don't need to do international sales. We just connected different sources of demand and supply, connected them together. So we're getting a lot of international traction without physically being present somewhere. So that worked for us, and I think that this approach can work for a lot of startups originating from Armenia. I would initially advise to not look just at your local market, but take advantage of the huge post-Soviet area that we all have access to, that's united by the same language. A lot of people still speak Russian, and it's over 150 million internet users. That's a hell of an MVP for, for a start. And that's already, getting out of your comfort zone and working internationally, basically. That just gives you easy access to bigger audience. So once you've scaled your technology to that market, and I would, to any CIS country, I would advise to start launching a business, targeting at as a big audience as they can. The next step would be, with that in mind, and from the very beginning, seeing how it can scale to like a different geography that you pick, not necessarily America. I have a very interesting example of our partners, it's an amazing, very successful and efficient performance marketing technology, tech firm in Russia that's now extensively working with Asia. They started being just the best in what they do for the local market. They have the technology that enables marketers to get amazing results in performance marketing, which is rare. And by getting access to the data about the clients who were doing a very poor job in advertising their products and services in Asia, they basically analyzed who was failing in doing what they're doing. They found contacts of those people. They reached out to them, offering them a much better deal on what they can achieve in performance marketing. And like that, they got over like 50 first clients in Asia. Now they've opened an office in Vietnam, and they're extensively working there. So, and that at no cost at all. They didn't spend anything on sales. So there are different strategies where you can be smarter, because it takes a lot of money for a little startup to actually get access to real clients. So it's important to, see how you can outsmart the bigger players, especially if you have a unique product and you're good at what you're doing. It's feasible, it's doable. Just takes creativity, I think. Right.
I want to switch gears a little bit and ask a number of questions, like take advantage of the fact I have an all-female panel here. Only 17% of founders in the US are female. And this number is dramatically lower in countries like Armenia or Russia or Europe generally. So what challenges, have you faced from your own experiences, being, entrepreneurs or people in, women in tech? What challenges you faced, and how do we bring more women into tech?
It's hard. It's not easy. Right now on my team, there are 10 investors. I am the only female, and it has its advantages and it has its disadvantages. And in terms of what you can do, I think it's great to have all sorts of programs. Like in the Czech Republic, we have a thing called Czechitas, which is Czech IT, like for girls. It's a smart name, Czechitas. And what they do is that they focus on girls, and they try to get them into coding or anything computer science related. I think that's a great program, but I think even with programs like this, you then come and hit the issue of unconscious bias, which I think is just one of the biggest issues, because if you look at any research, one done at Yale, I'm sure a lot of you have heard about it, sending the same CV with a female and a male name, the responses that you get in terms of how likely are you to hire that person, how likely are you to mentor that person, and how competent do you think they are, females with the same CV score about 20 to 30% lower than males. It's just based on a name. So even if you have a great program and you teach young girls how to code, when they actually go and try to apply for a job, they will still hit this issue. So I think, one thing that all of us can try to do, because not all of us will go and start our own Chiquitas, is to be very conscious of our unconscious biases. Because even for me, I'm a female with a relatively good track record. I feel like I can do anything that is set before me. But then sometimes, I have a choice of joining a male or a female to work on something. And my first reaction, I am ashamed of it, but it is true. My first reaction is most likely, if I don't know anything about the people, is to join the guy. Because in my head, the stereotype, no, I know, you're giving me this look, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I was raised in an environment where all the females, my mom was at home, or all our friends, moms were at home, dads were making decisions and making money, and it's just ingrained in me. And that's the trouble with the unconscious bias, that even as a female, that's my natural reaction. And quite often, I start talking to a female and I immediately sometimes discredit her a little bit. It's awful, but then I go, I am being awful, I need to stop doing this. And if I have not all the time, but if I have a negative reaction slightly to a female, I stop myself and I go, okay, let's give her 5 more minutes. And then I'm like, I was being stupid. This was just my brain working against me. And, as I said, I'm ashamed to admit this, but I think a lot of you in this room have the same, and probably if you had 2 male speakers here, you would think that what we say is slightly more relevant. And so I think, this is one thing that we can all work on and be aware of it.
Well, I agree with Marketa in parts. As an entrepreneur, I would say it's very important, to sometimes just disregard all the inequality talks, the bias. Just, if you're good enough and you're smart enough, luckily there are a lot of doors you can actually knock on right now. And if you don't get your foot in one door, you can always do it with the others, So it's, and actually when people ask me if I've ever been treated unequally, it takes me some time to recall if that's been the case, because I think I just try to disregard the limitations that others are trying to put in front of you. They're not mine, they're not my problem. So I think it really helps for girls, in tech, to just do what they want to do, pursue their dreams, and disregard the stupid people who think they can't. So that's one thing. And speaking of what we can do to make sure there are more women in tech in general, and women entrepreneurs, female entrepreneurs, I think it's a very complex discussion, obviously, but bringing it to 2 simple aspects, like two simple notions. One starts in the family, and it's really us, ourselves, who are shaping it. It's the image, it's the beliefs that you are, it's the message that you're sending to your daughters, to your granddaughters. And it shouldn't be that the woman's purpose is just to get married happily and have kids and stay by her husband's side, but it's that she can do all that and be a successful anything, really, like just pursue her dreams and go after something she wants. That's one thing, and then a family can help a girl pick the right school, and then it's the environment, it's the community, it's her network that shapes her aspirations and her beliefs and her professional path, really. So these are 2 very important components. Just pick the right educational institution where there is entrepreneurial culture and girls and boys are, taught to be entrepreneurs equally. So that I think would really help.
And I would just add one little thing, because it sort of came up at work recently, is that when focusing on the issues for females, you obviously also have to make sure that some of the policies that are set for females, it's equal playing field for men. So what I'm talking about right now is, for example, parental leave. It seems like a small thing, but if I become pregnant, it's automatically assumed that I'll stay at home and that the guy will keep on working and that there will be no impact on his work life whatsoever. But if your company has a policy that no matter if you're a female or a male and you have a child, you get to take 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month off, whatever it is, that really helps the female as well to return to work. So it's also things like this where, just when you're setting up your policies, think about it and try to do your best.
Thank you. So, we're continuing to get some questions from the audience, and like the big theme here is fundraising again. So let's go back to that. And Natalia, if I may, I'll start with you, right? Because I know that a lot of Russian startups, particularly over the past few years, are struggling to raise money because local funds are not very active, and international funds, are afraid to invest in this geography due to geopolitical risks and other considerations. So, how do you get funded? Like, how do you raise your next round for international expansion, or even just for your business in a country like Armenia or Russia? Like, what are the potential alternative avenues when VCs are just not active?
Well, I think it's true. It's become very hard for CIS companies to get funding, and it's much easier at an earlier stage right now because they can go to acceleration programs like Y Combinator and the likes abroad, and then they can go to angel investors. It's become harder for companies like us, which are already much bigger, and we can't, I think actually acceleration programs for small companies are a great chance to start your business from scratch abroad, and it gives you access to a huge network and initial funding, like what Nina was saying in her speech. It's much easier when you get funded by an international fund in the very beginning, and then it just helps you develop in the right VC environment. So I think it's more of a question to you guys, because we're currently not seeking funding, and we're trying where we're profitable, and we're trying to avoid that. So maybe you guys can tell where startups of. I'm actually curious myself. Like, what do we do?
So, again, this topic comes up quite often, and what we see, especially if you want to go international, is to go international, try to go international early. I know I said previously, don't go before you have your product market fit, which is still true, but if you want to fundraise in the US, you should accept that quite likely on the first go, you will not get the funding. And what we see often is that you try to go, even if you go seed or Series A, you try to go to the US and you might not get the funding, but the moment you're seeking funding in the US and you're getting the meetings, you suddenly become more interesting for your local VCs because you already have that exposure. So you're more likely to get the money. And then if you get the money in this round, even if you are rejected by the international VCs, then in the next round, you're already on their radar. They know they met you. You started to build a relationship. And then it is much easier in the next round, if you keep growing nicely, to get that funding. So I would encourage you to go relatively early, even if you think you will not get the money, and most likely or quite likely you will not get the money, but that's okay because it's about building the relationship. The other thing is how to raise the follow-on rounds is to just grow nicely and grow fast. So back to the example of UiPath, the biggest thing they did is that Daniel, the founder, decided that he just wants to go global, and he raised the seed from us. And he was like, I'm going to set up offices now in the US and India at the same time. And the three VCs that co-invested were like, no, hold on. Like, you're going too fast. Take it one step at a time, maybe one country and then the other. And he was like, nope, I'm doing it. And so he decided to do it. He went and set up offices there. And it just worked because he had the vision, he was lucky, and all the other things. But also, one super important thing was hiring for him. He wasn't afraid to hire super fast, and of course he made mistakes and he had to fire people, but he grew from roughly 10 people when we first invested to about 4,000. Now that's 5 years, 4,000, so 800 a year, 250 working days. That's more than 3 people a day that you need to hire, even if you don't fire anyone. That's extremely fast. Like, everyone's super afraid to hire fast for a good reason, but this just worked magic for Daniel. So if you want to fundraise next, you need to grow and you just need to hire people.
All right, unfortunately, that's all the time we have. Thank you so much. It was a great panel. Thank you to the audience.
All right, great. Next, we're going to have the aha moment and getting to product market fit. So the feedback from a lot of our one-on-one mentor sessions yesterday was that a lot of companies still can't really articulate who their customer is and what exactly it means when you have a product where there's a market that wants to pay for it. So this panel will be focused on that. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is John Melas Curiazzi, and I'm an investor at a VC firm in San Francisco called Spark Capital. It is so amazing to be back here in Yerevan. This is my second time visiting. Last time also for the HIVE Ventures Tech Summit 2 years ago. Amazing city, and also incredible to see this turnout today. So I feel really lucky to be moderating this panel on product market fit, which is this elusive, confusing, but such an important topic in building a technology company. So before we get started with questions, why don't we just kind of do quick introductions around the table?
Hi, everyone. My name is Charles. I'm the CTO and co-founder of Cherry. That's my second company in fintech. Put it simply, we help physical stores and mobile merchants sell their goods and services with installment plans.
Cool. Hello. Can everybody hear me? Is this on?
I don't think that one's on. Sure.
Okay. Here we go. Hi. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
No.
Okay. No, still? Even when I talk louder, does it still work?
There we go.
Okay, great. Now, everybody can hear me? Perfect. Wonderful. Hi. So glad that works. My name is Alma Shala, and I currently work as an independent advisor to startup CTOs. So I help them with pretty much everything that's involved in being a CTO. So that could be technical strategy, product work, hiring, engineering, all kinds of things. And my background is that I've been working in software engineering for the past almost 10 years now as a software engineer, senior engineer, tech lead, and most recently as an interim CTO of a startup that I worked with for a period to help them get to a successful seed round. So, yep, that's mostly what I've been working on. Oh, and I live in Berlin, Germany right now, but my connection is that I worked with Silicon Valley companies previously, and I went to university. I did my bachelor's and master's in computer science with Stanford. Yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Ashok Iskandarian. It is my first time back to my motherland, Armenia, in 27 years, so I'm very, very excited to thank you. Thank you. I'm the founder of a company called ShopMonkey, and the easiest way to describe ShopMonkey is that we're the service titan of auto repair in the United States. So that's what we do. And I currently live in San Jose, California, right in the heart of Silicon Valley, with my wife and 4 kids.
So, Ashad, maybe I wanted to start with you, and I'd love to hear other opinions as well. So we're here today to talk about product market fit. And everyone seems to have a slightly different definition or a slightly different way of thinking about what product market fit really means. Could you share a little bit about how you think about product market fit with respect to your business? And maybe it would be interesting to even talk through, during your fundraising process with Index and Nina, how they thought about product market fit and really seeing that you had achieved that.
Sure. So product market fit. So the difficulty for us to define product market fit when we were defining it for the company was that it's a multi-variable definition. There's a lot that went into it. So the way we ended up defining it for ShopMonkey was the ability for our company to acquire repeat customers or repeatedly acquire customers that pay us that tell about us to other customers and that don't leave us. So those are really key variables. Again, they pay us, they don't leave, and they tell other customers about us. And so we ended up defining product market fit in that way, but what made it difficult was that within that definition, we encountered a lot of variance with investors. So a lot of people, in terms of leaving, thought they should leave less or thought that they should pay more. So it was just really a journey to grow and just come to an understanding with past investors, current investors, on what that was. But really what got us out of the pickle was just growing, and ultimately just when we grew past a certain point, the checkbox of product market fit was checked and alleviated. So
great. And Charles, if I recall correctly, your team had a product that you sold, and now you're working on a new product. And it sounds like you're in the process of finding product market fit right now. Am I right about that?
So we were in a completely different business, and we sold that.
Right.
And we're in insurance, and now we're in lending. But in both cases, I will say, my co-founder and I, and that's something that we're very keen on, when we think of what we want to work on, whether it was this or the past thing we worked on or anything we've worked on in the past, we get very excited about identifying a product that already works in a given market and just try to improve on it on one dimension. Either make it faster or quicker, where then the goal is not to sell people on a brand new value proposition, but really make it just an incremental addition or improvement to the way they're already doing things. So with that in mind, the way we define product market fit, and as I listen to Ash, it's funny because I think we say the same things using different words. So for us, it's product market fit is when we have a product that somebody is willing to pay for, that is so entrenched in their lives or their business that they would fight you if you take it away from them. So that for us is how we define it. And we basically have to continuously think about how do we continuously improve that product so that we get to that point where you just can't leave with that product and they'll just like literally rip it out of your hands if that's what you try to do.
And Mashallah, do you have any other thoughts when you're consulting, working with companies, advising them on product engineering, how to really tease out what product market fit means?
Yeah, so I really enjoy both of those definitions, and basically exactly what you said, Ashad. It's very close to how I define product market fit for myself. So having these users that come back regularly that are willing to pay. The number of what they're willing to pay, I think it makes sense that the investors are questioning you about that. But I think just the fact that they're willing to pay is already the first hurdle that a lot of software products have to struggle with, because a lot of software products for a long time in our industry have just been given away for free, trying to build a large user base. And then later when they try and monetize, they realize many people were interested in using it as a free product because it's not a big deal to add a new app to their phone. But when you try and charge them, you realize they actually weren't as intrigued of users. They weren't these kinds of users that would fight you when you try and rip it from their hands. So I think, which is a good way, I think, to describe it. So for me, when I worked with some of these companies, it's first getting over that hurdle of doing the initial charge and getting people to stay on even when you're pricing them some amount, even if you don't think that amount is necessarily your final value that you'll be charging them. I think just getting them to the point when they're actually charging you and they continue to come back is a really good indicator that you've solved a real problem for them, that you're getting close to this product market fit.
So the title of this panel is the aha moment. And when it comes to product market fit, I'm curious from all three of you, is it an aha moment? Is it this one day you wake up or 1 minute you're looking at some dashboard and you realize, like, we found it, we have product market fit? Or is it something that you sort of slowly see happen over time and kind of crystallizes over a longer period of time?
I wish it was a single moment in time where we considered it complete. It really was a journey, a long journey, and it took a lot of time and a lot of conversation. I think there's some key markers that gave us confidence that we have it. I think the first one for us were it really eliminated that checkbox of we have product market fit, we're just getting to 100,000 in ARR, annual recurring revenue. That number was magical for us because all of a sudden in pitches and conversation, the question didn't even come up. And before that, and even after that, we had a couple of times where our system went down, and we have live chat support. And the second marker was that during the downage, we had customers chatting us and talking to us, and just not upset, not yelling at us, but really excited for the system to come back on so that they could use it. And that was a really more qualitative, soft gauge for us to realize, wow, we have something that is a part of their lives. They use it daily to run their auto repair business, and we're actually really helping them out. And so that gave us the confidence to just kind of keep forging ahead. That was the journey for us.
And how long did that take from launching the product to feeling like it had come together and you'd found product market fit?
So again, just kind of a gradual journey. I would say, I'll just put it this way, it took us about a year to hit 100K, just over a year, I think, to hit 100,000 in ARR. So it was a grind to raise money, to ask for $15,000, $25,000 because we didn't have product market fit. And it was just a very difficult road. But once we just inch by inch crossed that, it just became easier and easier.
That's great. Any other thoughts on that sort of timing aspect and what that feels like?
Sure, I can speak to it from kind of a background product development perspective. So I'm not a founder like the two over here, so I think I don't see it necessarily in the investor side, what I'm proposing to them, and the recurring revenue, which I think are really great points. But I kind of want to talk about it from the research and development angle, because I've worked with a lot of companies, helping them through research and development to get to product market fit. And the process of that for me also is not a one-day thing. It's not a moment where I say, aha, we have it figured. But usually it's a process of iterative technical development that begins with generative user research. So the generative user research is going out, talking to some sample or subset of users, getting insights from that, and then slowly iterating and developing on the product, getting it to the users and seeing how they interact with it and if it solves their problem. So as a part of that, over time, where I start feeling the product market fit is when I really start noticing that the feedback that comes from each cycle starts to decrease, but in a very natural way because it's solving the kinds of problems that they need. And they start focusing on some more minute things related to the product. So that starts feeling for me like, okay, we have started addressing the kind of problem they need. And then of course, when they're willing to pay for it. And there are plenty of strategies that I use in the research and development phase that I can share with people at some other time, or if we have other questions about this later. But usually that's where it starts for me, because at the beginning, it's a very wide generative scope. You're just talking to people, trying to figure out what is it that they do, what kind of problems are they running into, how do their problems map to what you have in your mind of being their problems. And then over time, as you repeat these iterative cycles, you start seeing them kind of close on themselves and get closer and closer to some first version of a final solution. And you see it in the interactions with the users that, yeah, I think we've gotten something really great here.
Yeah, I mean, to keep it short, I think there's a question around timing. It can take a year and can take 2 years. I think ultimately you're just capital constrained, so it's how fast can you get there before you run out of money. As to when it happens, when it happens, it's kind of like you're looking at a painting, it's like, oh, that kind of all makes sense. All of a sudden, like, it's been a struggle trying to hire people, but I just can now explain it in a sentence and they want to join. It's been a struggle like getting investors on board, but they just are knocking on my door right now. It's been a struggle signing up new customers, but my existing ones are referring the new ones. It just kind of all starts fitting together like a puzzle, and it's like, wow, makes sense. But again, it can happen in a month and it can happen in 2 years down the line, and you just have to keep at it. It's an iterative process.
Yeah, so on that note, I want to kind of get a little bit tactical for a second. And I've seen this from the investor side, having invested in very early stage companies before they have product market fit. And it can be so frustrating when it's kind of working, but it hasn't quite clicked yet. That puzzle hasn't quite come together. And maybe some of you in the audience are struggling with this right now. So when you're in that phase, when you're iterating, you brought up generative user research. What are some of the other tools, whether it's software tools or data analysis tools or team building tools or other ways that you kind of fight through that and finally get to that place where you feel like this has really come together and you found product market fit?
I'll tackle this not on the tool side, but on the on kind of the approach side. The way we do it is to focus every single person in the company, whether it's the engineer or the salesperson or product or leadership, on being obsessive about collecting feedback and customer feedback and just feeding that back into the into everything that we do. So we every text that we get, every call is logged, is written back in, and then we use that to review our product roadmap on a weekly basis early on, and everything gets reprioritized based on the feedback that we're getting. And it's hard because especially with engineers, it's really hard because they don't have, like, they want to know what they're going to be working on down the line, but really, if you want to get there very fast, you just have to be obsessive about getting that feedback and then responding to it as quickly as you can. So that's kind of how we get there. I mean, depending on if you're in sales or if you're in product management or if you're in engineering, you might use different tools to get there, but that's how we think about it.
So I won't focus too much on the tools because I think it really does depend on what stage you're at in the product. So some things that work very well for prototyping in a very early stage product and will get you the feedback you need won't work for a later stage. So if that's something that you want to talk about, hopefully there's an opportunity to connect later about that. So I won't talk so much about that topic, but this topic of feedback is also very important for me. And I've also heard that, I don't know as much about the local environment, but I've heard that there's very strong engineering and very strong engineering science cultures and backgrounds here. And I think sometimes what comes from that is people who are very strong about building a product. Like, they know what's required engineering-wise to build a product, but they don't necessarily know what's required product or business-wise. And one of the biggest problems that I've seen often comes down to this with feedback. So I was working with a startup a few months ago, and it was engineering background people. I myself am an engineering background person, but I've always had kind of a product bent. Anyways, the biggest problem that they had was that they were focusing too early on quantitative data. So they had all of these analytics in place. They were saying, people aren't finishing this funnel, they're not getting to the final user action that we want, they're not purchasing this, we see that they're not clicking on this button, they're not doing that. Our attrition rate through this is like 75%. And I asked them, okay, but have you talked with any of those users? And they said, no. And there were pre-product market fit. They haven't even been around that long. I'm asking them, why are you using all of these analytics? It's perfectly fine at later stages, but if you don't even have product market fit, you need to actually talk with people to figure out why is it that they're not completing it the way that you want. You're not going to get the kind of insights that you need just by looking at pure numbers and breakdown charts. So one big tip that I would give is make sure that you are asking those qualitative questions before you get to the bigger quantitative things. That works well when you already have 5,000 plus users, or you're sure about the product and you're just trying to figure out some other usage case things. But if you have big questions like, why are people not using it the way I expect, or why are people not interested, those kinds of things can't be answered from analytics. They have to be answered from person-to-person conversations.
That's a great insight. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll share more kind of tactically the tools we use for those that are interested. So today at ShopMonkey, the two biggest tools we use to connect with our customers and go through feedback loops, and even back then to validate product market fit, are intercom.io. So we use that for live chat. And one of the things that we do is that anytime a live chat comes through with a customer feedback or suggestion, about 5-6 people are mentioned in the chat. So myself included, our CO, everyone that's pretty much outside of engineering is notified that the customer gave feedback. So we're reading each and every single one of those. The second one we use is called canny.io, where we allow customers to post their ideas and upvote them. So we allow them to basically utilize their own community to bubble up ideas and suggestions that we used back then and we use today to iterate the product and continue forging ahead.
I actually haven't heard of that one. You said, how do you spell it?
Canny.io.
C-A-N-N-Y?
.io, correct.
Cool.
Yes, sir.
So why don't we do one more question, and then we can take some questions from the audience as well. So we've been talking so far about this kind of struggle to find product market fit. What does it feel like once you get there? So we found product market fit. Sounds like you have, recently. What's next? It sounds like that's a point when investors get excited. It's a point when potential employees get excited. People are kind of glomming onto your company. How do you capitalize on that? How do you pour fuel on the fire? And how do you keep that product market fit as you start to rapidly scale the business?
Do you want to take it?
Go ahead.
So the way I think about it is that you have something that's working, right? Like the engine is humming. You have to now figure out how to get it from the 20, 30, however, whatever your scale is, 100, 200, and try to 10x that. When it comes to growing, I think you can only really focus. Successful businesses can only focus on one acquisition channel at a time, and so there's different ways to figure out what that looks like. You can test a few things and then look at the economics and say, okay, I guess this is where I think I can scale my acquisition fastest in a cost-effective way that allows me to maintain my economics. Once you decide on that, your product needs to start molding into that channel that you've picked. That's a kind of a certain view, I think, in the Valley that once you get to product market fit, you should really start thinking about product market channel fit, and ultimately, I think that's what makes what may end up making this a successful business an incredibly successful business, and that in and of itself is another product market fit aha moment that's going to show up a bit later after you've gone through that first one. In our current business, for example, we're very much focused on social media acquisition. What that means is that we need to mold our product now that we have something that people love and are obsessed about and don't want to let go. Now we need to figure out how we put it in their hands in the first place, onboard them, and get them to be obsessed with it through a cost-optimized acquisition channel.
So I have a question for the audience. For those of you that are entrepreneurs working on the company, how many of you guys are coming from a product or engineering background? Okay, I'm going to guess most, right? And out of those, who in the room would just say, hey, we have product market fit and we're forging ahead? Okay, so some. So for me personally, the challenge I went through, and I assume a lot of you guys are going to come through, so I came from a product background, and my personal challenge in transitioning from having gotten that product market fit was really changing my hat from a product role and thinking about, okay, great, now we build more product, to a sales role. And that was really hard for me because I came from product, I worked with engineers, so my natural inclination was to think about the next add-on, the next module, the next shiny thing. And so as a CEO trying to grow the company, it was a huge challenge, and with a lot of coaching and help with some people from this room, I really had to reinvent myself and work on obsessing over sales instead of product. And so whatever that looks like for you, social media, paid, unpaid, it's just really thinking about how do you leave that product gravitation aside and really focus on your salesmanship.
And one thing that I think is really great after finding product market fit as an engineer or a product person or kind of someone in this builder role is, I guess depending on what kind of engineer you are, but I think it's really great because some of these product questions are answered, so you can really kind of put all the power behind it. And there's so many questions that come up in engineering or as a CTO that you're not able to fully answer if you aren't clear on what kind of product you're building. So questions around scaling, questions about what kind of engineers we need, for example, what backgrounds do they need to have, what kind of, you already start with a tech stack, but generally like what limitations are we going to have if we continue with the kind of tech stack that we have? You can't answer all of these questions if it's not really clear what kind of product you're building. So once you get clarity around the product and you know, yes, we found the product market fit, then this is the time that it's really fun for a lot of engineers to start concerning themselves with some of the things that are purely engineering. And I think that actually helps sometimes in terms of hiring, because there are plenty of engineers like myself who really love this like uncharted territory, trying to figure out a lot of problems. But I would say many people that come out of engineering programs are also just concerned with purely engineering. So once you find this product market fit, sometimes it's easier to have a larger pool of engineers to like pull from in this situation, and really have people who, for example, are like super excited about infrastructure scaling. Now this is a point when they can actually kind of come to your company with their expertise and really be able to push on those areas of knowledge. So I think you start seeing a different kind of engineer, but if you keep like the focus of what your product is doing and you keep everybody aligned on that, then you get to have a bit of a larger pool of people and technical talent to draw from, which is interesting.
Great. I really love this question from Elizabeth Tikoyan, which is about product market fit and how it can change geographically. I don't know to what extent the three of you have experience with products that are being launched in different geographies. Maybe it's even different geographies within the same country. I'm not sure if an auto repair shop in Texas and California have exactly the same needs. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. How do you think about finding local product market fit and then saying, how do we extend this outside of where we're operating currently?
It's a good question. It's a good question.
I thought so too.
Yeah.
I mean, you're essentially changing the market, and it's a function of how different that market is, which is exactly the question you're posing. How different is an auto repair shop in Texas versus California? How different are their processes? Are their reporting needs? To the extent that you have to make a decision in whether you want to spend time expanding internationally, understanding exactly what the market differences are before you make that decision is incredibly essential to really understand if you need to adapt that product or if it essentially fits into what are similar business or consumer habits that it just fits into. So I think I don't think there's like an answer that will fit any product market that you guys are looking at, but the answer is that you have to go back to drawing board and say, is it the same market? And if it's the same market and the same needs, then does my product work there? And then make a decision as to whether you want to make that investment and move there, or that's not necessarily where you want to go.
Yeah, I mostly agree with that. I think it's something that you have to check with each of the markets you're going to. And since, like you said, it is product market fit, if you go into a new market, it's very possible that you no longer have a product market fit there and you have to start from scratch. I've worked with different companies on this spectrum. So I've worked with companies that internationalize by simply making their applications available throughout the world and seeing where their users came from. If they had a large enough base, for example, one health app I was working with, they had a large enough base in Brazil. They started in Germany, they had a very large base in the US, they also had a large base in Brazil. So simply by the user base and size that they had, they decided which markets made sense to start prioritizing, which markets made sense to invest to see, are our users here quite different than our other users? Are there certain features we'll provide only in this market versus another one? But that one started by just purely making it fully available and then seeing where the users came from. I worked with another company on the extreme opposite end that was a legal tech company in Germany. The legal system for every country is completely different. Even in the US, for every state, it's quite different. So this was a situation where they knew that it didn't really make sense to try and expand the company to another market anytime soon. And if they did try and expand, then it really would be starting completely from scratch. So I think it depends on what kind of product you're trying to build, which of these strategies you use, or one of the strategies that fits in between.
Next question.
I think that actually, do we have time for one more quick question? All right, one more quick one. Okay, so I like this one from Pavin as well. So what are the key 2 or 3 indications that you should pivot rather than continue to iterate? When do you give up trying to find product market fit and say, you know what, maybe the problem is that we need a new product?
When you're tired.
Sometimes, yeah.
I mean, I mean, you need. I mean, I think Nina said it earlier. You just have to. I mean, all it takes is one person to believe in the idea that you're working on, and that person for a very long time is going to be you, and you're just gonna push and push and push for however long you need to convince people to join you on that journey. And at some point, if you're not willing to do it, then just move on and try the next big thing.
Yeah.
I think so. I want to define pivot because I feel like there's small pivots and there's big pivots, right? So let's make sure we're talking about big pivots, right? We're talking
Big
about
pivot.
yeah, big pivot.
No longer selling to auto repair shops.
Okay, right. So
Ice cream parlors.
Okay, so I failed my first company, and we tried to pivot and ultimately shut it down because at the end of the day, we couldn't get anyone to pay for it. So that was a very simple gauge for me at the time to try something else, to create value and get somebody to pay for it. There's probably a lot of other factors, but I'm just trying to net out kind of one very clear marker for us back then to try something new and force the question all the way up to the top existential, why are we here and what should we focus our time on? If nobody's paying you money for at least a couple quarters, if you have a live demo product and you can't even pre-sell it, again, depending on different industries, if you can't get someone to pay for it, it becomes a real struggle.
Awesome. Well, thank all 3 of you so much for this panel. I learned a lot. I'm sure the audience learned a lot. And I think we'll move on to our next panel.
All right, thank you guys. So as many of you know, in every organization, there's an engineering team and a product management team, and oftentimes these are at odds with each other. And so we're going to hear right now from Netflix, Affirm, Square, and Chime, which are some of the biggest and best-run product and engineering teams in the world, and they're going to give you their perspective. Thank you.
Hello. How's everyone doing? Great. All right, as Nina introduced, today we're going to talk about how product management and engineering teams can best work together. So I already learned that a lot of you in the audience are engineers. Let's see what size engineering teams you guys work with. So how many people work on a team that's 5 or less engineers? Okay, what about 5 to 20 engineers? What about around 20 to 50 engineers? Anyone more than 50? Okay, great. So great, nice, diverse set of engineering teams. So to kick us off, I'd love for all of our panelists to introduce themselves.
Cool, I'll start. My name is Zach Smith. I'm the VP of Product at a fintech company based in San Francisco called Chime. And I lead our product management, design, and research teams. We're about 22 people in that org today.
Hi everyone, my name is Avacha Shirikian. I work at Netflix. I'm a senior software engineer there. I've been there for about 3 years. I work on improving the quality of your streaming experience and how we deliver new versions of the Netflix application through A/B testing and other mechanisms. Pleasure to be here. Thank you, Nina, for organizing, and I really look forward to this panel and everyone's panels.
And I'm Rohini Pandey. I'm on the Square team. Square is a fintech company that takes payments. It started about 10 years ago. You might have seen like a little white reader that you could plug in to the headphone jack of your phone to take credit card and debit card payments. I lead the Square Invoices team, and we're about the same 25 to 30 people on that team.
Great, and my name is Christina Melas Curiazi. I am a product lead at a company called Affirm. which is a fintech company that gives out loans, micro loans, and we work with large enterprises in the US like Walmart and Target. And my background is in consumer product building. Great, so let's start with the question, how are your product and engineering teams set up? So talk to me a little bit about your philosophy around org design and how do you split up roles and responsibilities?
Should I start? So when I joined Chime almost 3 years ago, we were a single product development team. There were something like 10 engineers, 1 or 2 PMs. We shared a backlog. And as quickly as possible as we were growing the team, tried to subdivide that into kind of mission-focused teams around some measure of user value. And I think that's really important. I worked at a company previously, Groupon. Is there Groupon in Armenia? No. No? Oh, sorry. Yeah? Okay. We previously structured our teams almost by area of stack, and this is partly because is it good? Okay. This is partly because we were making a massive transition from being an email and web-based business to a mobile business. So we actually had a mobile team. That is the opposite of what I would describe as a sort of mission-driven user value team. An area of the stack is not a way to deliver value, it's just a part of your stack. And so at Chime, we quickly started to split our teams. We're now 5 different product development organizations built around very specific problems. So we have a team on our checking and savings account, a team on credit and lending, a team on product growth, a team on risk, and a team on member services. And those teams are staffed with all the engineers across the stack that they need to go build features end to end. And have very clear sort of success criteria in terms of user adoption, things like that guide their work. And that's worked really well for us.
Great.
Similar to Zach and at Chime, Netflix organizes their product and engineering teams around parts of the code base. I say it's kind of roughly aligned around that because once you put into perspective how much Netflix culture values cross-functional communication and transparency, you start to really see what the culture and how engineering teams really work are. And I'd like to help paint a picture of what that looks like at Netflix. So there's 3 mottos that every Netflix employee subscribes to when they start working there. And these are mottos that are top down. Our CEO, Reed Hastings, is very adamant about expressing these and covering these things in the company-wide culture. The first one is freedom and responsibility. So every employee at Netflix has the freedom to pursue any sort of innovation in the product that they want as long as they're responsible for it. So that responsibility is a very key factor there. And what that tends to lead towards is having engineers self-guide and lead themselves and not necessarily having as many PMs. There are definitely projects that require PMs, and there are definitely projects that may not if they're smaller. And at Netflix, we like to pride ourselves in saying that every engineer is a leader in themselves, and they go out and they communicate and gather requirements on their own and build products that they feel are valuable for the business. And that also becomes easier when you have a pretty simple measure for how you measure the efficacy of your product. And at Netflix, it's a lot about subscriber growth and how many view hours, how long your eyeballs are spending viewing, whatever you're trying to work on. And ultimately, that leads to a lot of data. And this is not like personal user data or anything like that. It's all about adoption and features. And once you start connecting the dots with the data, that helps you be a lot more transparent with your decisions. The second one is highly aligned, yet loosely coupled. What that means is that cross-functional teams across content, engineering, sales, so on and so forth. There isn't really too many sales that happen at Netflix, but the idea here is that everybody's highly aligned through effective cross-functional communication and yet loosely coupled, meaning that you don't necessarily have the same tech stack across different projects in the company. Everybody's sort of free to move within their own lanes, and when you have to do some sort of cross-functional work, you're not slowed down by waiting or being blocked on a dependency for another team. The third motto that we subscribe to is more about the leadership style for management at Netflix, and it's context, not control. What that boils down to is leading through influence, leading through providing context about the direction a product is heading, and not necessarily going up to your engineer and saying, hey, we have problem X, I need you to solve it with solution Y today. It's more, hey, we have problem X, what are some ideas you have on how to solve this potential solution? What do you think about solution Y or a derivative of solution Y? So I think that's very valuable to be able to empower your engineers, empower your teams to self-govern. And once you hire the right people and you find these people you trust, then it goes on autopilot.
And at Square, we operate under like a general manager model. So a GM might have several businesses under their purview. And then as product folks, we kind of focus on one of those business units. And so for the way we self-organize the teams are the GMs have certain KPIs that they look at, and that's how we kind of make those distinctions. And they're usually P&Ls across all of the business units. And then the product teams have their single P&L plus the inputs and other KPIs like customer input, customer feedback, and adding that piece into the mix. And so we kind of like, what I've seen work really well at Square is a team, like a product team could be organized into several PMs and several engineers across like the actual end customer who they're serving. So it could be the merchants, features sets or projects, and then the buyers, their end buyers. And so you kind of like self-organize into those ways. Or it could be other KPIs of like, are you doing like deep payments work and versus broad workflow updates. And so I've seen teams kind of organize in different ways, and it's similar to the Netflix model, I think, where we get to choose what works best for us. But I think the number one thing that we definitely didn't want to do was organize by platform, kind of similar to what you were saying with Chime. It's not, you're not serving anyone by saying you're going to build the mobile platform. You're creating the mobile tech, and that is great, but you really want to organize yourselves into either KPI focused or who you're serving.
Great. So two of you kind of answered this question, so maybe, Zach, you can jump in here. I was going to ask, do PMs, product managers, have formal authority, or do they have to manage through influence? And how do you think about who's really setting the priorities?
Yeah, so our product managers are sort of like half their job is product owners in the true sense of like a Scrum process. And in that sense, they do have authority because my product managers determine the backlog. It's the priority in which we're going to go build new features because they're ultimately accountable to the success criteria for that product. And so in that sense, yes, obviously we pull in engineering early in that process when we come with a problem to generate some ideas, to do scoping, etc. But yeah, the product manager definitely has some authority there. But they're not managing the engineers day to day. It's on the Scrum team to determine, for example, how much they're going to pull into a given sprint and to commit to that work. The engineering manager is responsible for sort of the day-to-day management of sort of the output of that engineering team. So obviously there's roles for product managers to play in sort of greasing the wheels in product development. A lot of that's software influence. And then we're taking lots of requirements from other people in the business. My CEO, the member support or risk team come to us with requirements, and we kind of got to take some of those often. So I'd say it's a mixed bag, but I think the most important thing for a product owner, whether or not you're a product manager, is that you have control over kind of the priority of what's getting built.
Cool. So let's get tactical for a second. Let's talk about how the products actually get built. What tools do you use to collaborate across product and engineering? And then I saw another question in here around, do you use Agile or other methodologies? So maybe dive into best practices that you can share with the audience.
I can get started. So I think the summary of what I'm about to say, even though I'm going to get into the tactics of it, is really work on the process. It's not really the tools that will help you or make or break the situation. The tools are there, and there's a bunch of different product management tools, engineering tools. They're great for
the right scenario, but it's really the process that you're trying to implement with your team that's the most critical. It's how do you like operating and what works best in terms of communicating across the org. And so for us, what we do, like on a tactical level, is we use Google for everything. We use like Google Hangouts for any remote conversations. We use Google Spreadsheets. All my roadmaps are on a Google spreadsheet in the Gantt form chart so that everyone across the org can see exactly what we're working on. And it includes things like delivery dates or estimated delivery dates. And then I don't want to give any engineer here a very specific date. Estimated delivery dates, any associated JIRA tickets, because we use that on the Eng side. PRDs are linked out of there. So really, like, folks from customer support can take a look at it and say, okay, we know that this is coming down the line. We're going to get ready for this launch. Marketing can get ready. Comms can get ready for all of that stuff. And it's totally open, so people can come and ask me why we prioritize X over Y, or ask questions about a particular project, because I think that's the crux of it, is like, how do you communicate? How do you make that communication asynchronous too, so that teams across the world can still talk to you, even though it's asynchronous when you're sleeping? They can still see what you're doing. They can still learn about the project. And so being transparent, that's like part of our company culture too, the transparency of all of our documents, of our communications. No meeting is really a closed door meeting, so put everything out there. I found it to be incredibly helpful just to get great feedback from internal stakeholders. And so, yeah, so our roadmap is on Google Sheets. Our PRDs are all on Google Docs. We use JIRA for engineering, just really likes ticketing on that, so I'm okay with it. That's all I can think of at the moment.
Very similar to Rohini and Square. Netflix tools, although they're important, it's important to have a good cohesive set of tools that everyone can collaborate with. I think you touched on process. I'll touch on people. I think hiring the right people and having the emphasis on having the teams be able to communicate with each other is much more paramount than the tools themselves. That being said, at Netflix we use Google Apps primarily. Everything is on Google Docs, Google Sheets, email. We also collaborate a lot through Slack, at least at the engineering level. There's a lot of communication back and forth through our Slack system. And we also use the Atlassian tool sets like Jira, Bitbucket. That's kind of how everything is organized. But touching back on the point about process, and I'm going to add the people factor as well, and talk about how that relates to transparency. So similarly at Netflix, engineers and VPs, everybody has access to the same data. And we like to say we have a pretty flat org, meaning that no one is more important than somebody else. So an engineer and a VP are taken, I've never been in a room with a VP and felt like I'm lower or disrespected. I always feel like I'm at the same level as them because they're collaborating with me and communicating with me. And the way we do that is by sharing all this data. So when you make a decision to pursue a particular avenue for a product or change a product or change something, everybody kind of has access to the memo. Typically you write a memo, a Google Doc kind of describing what you want. You write it in plain English. You don't necessarily write it in high-tech nomenclature, because you're going to have people from all across the company reading this, whether it's from marketing or from content. They're going to all be reading it because we want to make a decision that's cohesive for the whole company. So yeah, I mean, the tools don't matter, people are what matter is kind of the takeaway there.
Yeah, I'll just add that we've actually standardized our tools. My PMs hate me for this. We use Atlassian for everything, and so we had to get into Confluence to write our product specs, and people really hate that. But it's much easier to organize, and now that we're getting much larger, there's a real need for new employees to be spun up quickly and to have a single place to go to see all the different product areas, all the different product specs, why we do what we did. That integrates really well with Jira for ticket management and running sprints. What we have not standardized is our process. So we have some teams, product development teams, like running more Kanban. They don't really have, say, fixed sprints. They just have swim lanes of stuff that's in progress or otherwise. We have other people who are running like pretty serious Scrum, like 2-week sprints. And those are highly dependent on the composition of the teams. we have some teams that are really seasoned. We did an acqui-hire, for example, and so we got a whole team in that had worked together for like 5 years, staffed them with a pretty senior product manager, and like they don't necessarily need all the tight process of, say, maybe a more junior product development team. The one thing we do insist on for every team, we like to have some visibility in the business into when things will get delivered, so we do some kind of estimation, so we have a sense of velocity on the team and when things will get delivered, and trying to hold some accountability around that. And then demos. Demos are like the most important thing in my mind. And we try to get a lot of teams at the end of, say a 2-week process, get a bunch of people in the company together to come and see the engineers and product managers present what value they delivered during that time.
So I'd love to hear about, it can be the last product or last feature you launched, or it can just be one that you're really proud of that you want to talk about, and just maybe tell the audience about the process of building and launching that product briefly and why you're proud of it.
Okay, I can give you an example. So just a disclaimer before I say this, a product is never really like, the launch is never the end of it, it's really the beginning of it. So when I say I was proud that we launched this, it was really, I'm proud that we got to that beginning line, not even the finish line, to be able to have this out in the world. But we just released a Square Invoices mobile app. So a very specific app for our sellers, specifically for invoicing sellers. And that just was a lot of, there was a lot of work leading up to that point. It started with getting the stakeholders internally to agree to having a new app for Square, and that's like pitching a different board team that I wasn't familiar with. It was like, internal stakeholders, all of your VPs, going to Jack and saying, we definitely need to have a new app, because a new app is like a new brand out there in the world. And so it's just as important to them to make sure that we're investing in the right pieces. And so putting that pitch deck together, putting the right business plan together for it was a lot of the pre-work. And then
how did you build that confidence to do that?
It's really like a lot of the entrepreneurs out here are probably building their own examples for like investor pitch decks, right? Like there is a market out there, it's a big market, we're the team to do it. This is why we have this differentiated product out there, and we're not serving them right now, and there's an opportunity to serve them. And then it became about getting the entire team aligned on this, because everyone has an opinion on where we should be going, and to say, hey, I want to divert everyone's attention and make sure we're building this so that we can release it by this date, put some comms behind it, or just organization in general is not my forte, so like just getting all of these teams aligned and then working on the same timeline was a challenge, but then also getting all of the engineers to say, yeah, we're 100% in on this idea, we think this is where the next function of growth comes to Square Invoices for. And so all of that led up to about a year and a half of work, and then we just released it in March of this year.
How many engineers worked on that with you?
At the time, I think we had about 15. Not all of them were working, day in, day out on the app. We still had to serve our current customers, but I'd say probably like at its peak, maybe half of the team was working on that.
So I'm going to start with a question. How many of you are Netflix streamers? How many of you use Netflix? All right. Thank you, first of all. How many of you have watched what we call our interactive originals? The most famous one is probably Black Mirror Bandersnatch. That's where it's a choose-your-own-adventure experience. It's great to see. About maybe I would say a third of the room, but almost the entire room is a Netflix consumer. That's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about Netflix interactive originals. That's a product that the whole company is really proud of. And it's a new area. It's an area where we've made a bet saying that can we try this new medium where you kind of control the destiny of where the certain character and the title is going to go. It's not something that we knew right away was going to be a hit or not. It was a sort of this hunch or this risk and this bet that we took. And it's still TBD if it's going to pay off or not, but I like to see that a third of you have been watching that. So what what makes that particularly proud for myself and Netflix is that, and I touched on this theme earlier, is that there's a lot of different pieces involved in order to get something like that to happen. You know, you have to work with the content, the writers themselves that are producing this content to be able to pick different paths. You have to be able to do it within the tech limitations that you have on the platform that you're using to watch the application, to watch the show. You have to deal with marketing teams that are going to be promoting this new content. So aligning. Thank you, Siri. So aligning cross-functionally across these different teams is something that I'm particularly proud of at Netflix. And Reed, our CEO, likes to say that we work with a whole bunch of stunning colleagues. And when you know you have the right team, you know you have the right team because of the ability to communicate across those boundaries without having conflicts and resentment that you're holding back. There's always going to be dissent in ideas. There's always going to be different opinions that come about. But if you can express that in an effective way, then you can help build this cohesive team that has no barriers cross-functionally and is transparent with their thinking.
Thank you.
Cool. Yeah, so you probably don't know Chime because we're US based, but we're a bank account and we have about 5 million account holders now in the US. We're probably the fastest growing US bank other than maybe Chase, and just in terms of like new checking accounts added. And we serve a population living paycheck to paycheck. So most Americans need their next paycheck to make ends meet, to pay bills, put food on the table. And the number one problem that they face in their life is that money gets really tight before payday, and they literally run out of cash. And so the number one product for that in America is overdraft. I don't know if you guys have that here, but essentially when your bank account goes negative, you get hit with a crazy fee. Our members were paying $300 to $400 a year in fees, and so we wanted to create a completely free overdraft service, which if you think about it is like a very simple add-on to an already existing bank account. Who here has taken 2 years to ship a really simple feature? All right, good, you still have your jobs. And or you haven't been in fintech. So this particular feature, which we just launched, we're doing a bunch of national TV advertising behind, is called Spot Me, and it gives our members up to $100 of kind of free overdraft, and it's totally life-changing. I mean, it's completely changed some of our top-of-funnel metrics. We hit an inflection point in growth, so it's been a huge success, but I think why I'm most proud of it, it was an absolute nightmare to get that approved by regulators, to run the pilots, to assess the risk and calibrate our risk models, because people can walk away with this money. And doing product development in fintech has been totally eye-opening and humbling experience. I did not have a lot of expertise in this space before I joined Chime. And every product development team has stakeholders. You got marketing and member services, customer support, success, etc. But when you start to deal with risk and compliance and legal, things get really hairy. And one of the things my team's really focused on is how to get even further ahead of our roadmap features so that when engineering starts developing, we're actually ready to launch sometime soon. But yeah, that was about a 2-year endeavor, and it will be probably the biggest feature we launch in a year or two with huge impact on our business. And I think we've already saved our members like $400 million in overdraft fees, which we're really excited about. But it was brutal.
Wow, super cool product launches. So one question Lena asked and the audience is wondering is, do you have to be technical to be a product manager? And then the follow-up is, are the best product managers technical?
No. I mean, I know that was it Google that started this rumor or the trend that engineers became product managers? And I'm saying this as an engineer who turned into a product manager, so I think it helps, especially if you're working on a technical product. But I found that that team of either product design or eng, any of those, and really even outside of that, can move into product. I've seen successful people move into product from design, because there's this user empathy piece of it that you bring to the table, from customer success, again, for that user empathy and understanding the pain of that user, from marketing, being able to explain the value props and bring that as your strength to the table. And so it's just lean into your strength. I personally do not think you need to be technical in order to do the job.
So I think that's a great answer, and similarly I'd say it depends, which is not the greatest answer. If I were to lean one way over the other, I'd say yes. I think having a good engineering background does definitely help with product management, at least in the areas that I worked in my career. I felt always the best leaders and best examples for me have been the folks that do have the strong technical background that can relate to architecture decisions that we're making and be able to help drive the vision there. That being said, it all depends on what the product is. It all depends on what problem you're trying to solve and what you're trying to build. Ultimately, if it's a fintech product, maybe you're better off with a product manager that knows the finance area, because technically speaking, you have the expertise on the engineering side to be able to, you trust your engineers, they're going to do it right, but maybe you need that leader to have a great finance background to work through all the regulatory hurdles and connect the dots between the tech and product.
I completely agree. There's definitely no one right answer. I mean, it makes a lot of sense early on for companies not even to have a titled product manager for whom that's their full-time job. Often the product owner, particularly for very technical products, can just be the CTO or the CEO. Yeah.
What about, like, to the point?
Yeah.
Do they need to have if you're working on a financial product, do you want someone with a finance background, or?
Well, I just said that Chime was my first time in fintech, so thanks.
Yeah.
Probably would have behooved them, but suckos. Yeah. I think, a technical background will help you. I think, it's great to have exposure working with engineers, maybe prior to becoming a product manager, and so you understand the product development process. I see a lot of product analysts who are very technical from an analytics standpoint, work closely with product management teams, product development teams, then move into product management. I've seen the cycle happen a couple times, but they couldn't necessarily get in front of a command line and code.
Just wanted to build on top of that really quick and mention that ultimately, again, it kind of boils down to the people that you're working with. And if your engineers are self-governing and they don't like to be controlled or decide what they want to do, then maybe you don't need that type of leader. They're doing that on their own. But if they're more junior engineers, they don't have experience, and they need a little bit more hand-holding, then yeah, you want your product manager to be more technical. So again, it depends.
Super helpful. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you. Oops. We're going to go to a coffee break now. Please be back by 3:10. We're going to be hearing from Ara Madesian, the co-founder and CEO of Service Titan, and he's going to be telling us a little bit about their story to building a billion-dollar business. Thank you.
Wie is hem voorbeeld goed? Oké.
If you could please grab your seats, we're going to be getting started. If everyone could please find their seats, and reminder to silence or turn off your cell phones, we'll be getting started shortly. Thank you.
Okay, that's all. Actually, no.
Okay, last call. If you're not seated down in the next 20 seconds, you won't be able to get in. Please take a seat. Is this on? This was on? Hey, do not staging our just make color. Thank you. Haraç. Since we're starting 5 minutes late, let's end 5 minutes late. Late? End 5 minutes late. All right, we're going to get started. Thank you guys all so much. We've had an amazing couple of panels so far. I'm excited to invite up Ara Mahdessian, who's the co-founder and CEO of Service Titan. Please welcome Ara. Here, why don't I use this? Watch out for the iPad. Here, can you give me that? All right. Ara, welcome back to Yerevan. It's your second time in Armenia.
Yeah, thank you for having me again.
How does it feel?
Amazing. Vahe and I fell in love with the city last year when we were here. He'd been here many times before. It was my first time. And we were so moved by the talent, the creativity, the energy, and the warmth of the amazing people here that in our conversations after, we were talking about how awesome would it be if we could actually open up an office here and get to partner with so many great Armenians, and so grateful we finally got that opportunity. We opened up the office, and today it's been an even bigger success than we thought. For all the titans in Armenia that are here today, thank you. You guys have become some of the biggest stars in the entire company across now the worldwide Service Titan base.
And something else quite special happened when you were here last time, didn't it?
Yeah, another partnership. It was pretty magical, I think, for Vi and I both, that while we were doing everything else in Armenia, Nina, very grateful for your partnership as well. Nina led our Series D last year, and we did the deal here in Armenia. So that was a very magical, personal moment for us.
So Ara, tell us a little bit about what ServiceTitan does. I mean, everybody knows that it's software for home maintenance, but what exactly does that mean? What is the problem you're solving for your key customers?
Yeah, look, we're ultimately a CRM for the home services and commercial services market. Best way to think about this, think about the plumbing company or the air conditioning company that you call to come to your home or office when your toilet is clogged or your air conditioning isn't working or to fix anything else in your home. Those companies use our software to run their whole business. So before ServiceTitan, our parents were in the business. When you call them, they would write everything down on paper. They would look at a calendar on the wall to figure out when they could come out to help you. They would radio all their technicians to find who's available. All the inventory, payroll, everything was done manually, and now we automate everything through our software.
So the company is worth about $1.65 billion today, but take us back a little bit to the early days. So you graduated from Stanford, you studied computer science, you probably could have gotten any tech job you wanted, but you and Vahe decided to go back to LA and help your parents with their businesses. Walk us through that decision.
Look, our parents, like many other immigrants, came to America with no money, no job, no knowledge of the language, and they had to do all kinds of odd jobs to make ends meet and put food on the table. And one of those odd jobs happened to be plumbing, air conditioning, and other types of work, and then that became their career, and they had these small businesses they were running. And growing up, Vahe and I every day would see them head off to work and come back home really tired and still have to spend all this time manually doing things. And when Vahe and I went to school and we got exposed to Silicon Valley, we saw every other business in every other industry was being transformed and benefiting from software that was making their lives easier and everything more efficient, everything more effective. And then 4 years later, we went back home and we saw our parents' business was like frozen in time. It was the same as 4 years ago. Still all the inefficiencies, still they're working so hard, and we thought there's got to be a better way. And so we built ServiceTitan. And in most cases, it's founders building a product to solve a pain point they have. In our case, it was us building a product to solve a pain point our parents had.
So many of the audience is very early stage founders, and they have an idea, they have a market, but what was the first product you guys built, and why did you pick that product?
Yeah, look, originally Vahe and I were doing all kinds of software development work together. And ultimately, we went down this path of building something similar to ServiceTitan, but not exactly, and it was called something completely different. It was more focused on project management. And man, we ended up spending 6 years of our lives on that product and not realizing that there really is a future there. Like 6 years, we learned a lot, but effectively 6 years down the drain until ServiceTitan.
Can you expand on those 6 years? I mean, you're working 24 hours a day, you have families, you guys have kids, you guys are taking, I think Vahe said yesterday, like 25 grand of salary for many years. Like, just talk, how did you mentally get through that, and why did you keep going?
How many either current founders or people considering starting a company or engineers or other people working at startups here? Raise your hand. Wow, okay, a lot. So everybody here knows what we went through, and they're all going through the same thing. Like,
which is what?
Number one's freaking hard, really hard. You're working nonstop, 24 hours a day, and you have to do everything. You have to figure out the product, you got to code, you got to provide customer service, you got to take care of the finances. If you have any employees, you got to do HR. Like, you're wearing every hat, and you got to learn to become good at every single one of these things. And all along the way, everybody around you, including yourself at times, is questioning, like, what the hell are you doing? Is this worth it? Like, I remember a lot of people around us were saying things like, can't you just go and get a normal job? And yeah, if I think about like the one piece of advice I could give from the mistakes that we made those first 6 years, building a startup is very hard. And to make it succeed, think about how many things you got to get right. First, you have to build a product that solves a really, really big pain point for a customer, like delivers so much value that it's irreplaceable, that they refuse to give it up. Second, hopefully it's a big market where there are many more of those customers available. Third, you now have to go and actually acquire all those customers. Fourth, you got to make sure you don't have strong competition, and if so, figure out how to beat them. Fifth, you got to deal with things like quote-unquote strategy. You know, how do I go into new markets? How do I launch new products? All these things you got to get right. And all of that takes many years. Like ServiceTitan today, we're in our 7th year, and we're still working on these things. So what you don't want is what happened to us the first time around, what we call Link's Logic, where after 6 years, we still had no idea, is this going to work? What you want is, hopefully, after 6 months, after a year, to have a pretty good idea, is this going to work? And if it is, then I know, okay, I'm still going to have to work 10 more years to make it a success, but at least I know it's going to work out.
So what was that moment? I mean, when did you get to the point?
So look, I mentioned these 5 things you got to get right. Market size, competition, customer acquisition, strategy, etc. All of those things, you can get a good indication of, can you succeed with very little homework. Like, do a basic Google search, okay, there's 100,000 companies here. Do a little Google search, okay, competition is not that great. Do a little Google search, you can answer all the other questions. The one thing you can't answer is this idea of, am I building something that has incredible value? Like this notion of I'm hitting product market fit, which I know we talked about earlier. That you actually have to do before you can find out. And so my piece of advice would be, focus only on that. Yeah, we spent a lot of time with startups yesterday, and this was the common theme there, is if you have not proven that you have a handful of customers who love your product, they refuse to give it up, their life would suck if you took it away, you shouldn't focus on anything else. Yeah,
So I know you guys spent a lot of time, of course you had, your parents running this business, so you saw firsthand what they were going through, but if I recall correctly, you guys spent a lot of time physically with your customers and getting quick product feedback. Were you like hanging out in plumbing shops, or what exactly were you doing?
Yeah, that's exactly what we were doing. I still remember one of our very early customers, Vi and I would literally wake up at 5 a.m., we would drive over to his office, and we were there so much, he'd actually built an office for us where we would stay there, and we would work there until about 11 at night, and then we'd go home. And then we'd sleep, wake up again, go out there at 5 a.m. We were in every management meeting, like when the business owner was meeting with his managers, we were there to understand how they thought about the business. We interviewed the owner. We spent hours, not hours, many, many days observing every role in the company. The customer success person, the dispatcher, the manager, how do they spend their time? How much of it is inefficient? What can we do to make it more efficient? We even went on ride-alongs. We would ride along with technicians in their plumbing truck that are going out into the field. We would observe how they would work, how do they sell, how do they do their work. After their work is done, how much paperwork do they need to fill out? How can we automate all this away? And so we spent all that time living with our customers. And actually, in many cases, Vahe would actually live in the homes of our customers when he would visit them, so he could understand them psychologically and in a familial sense. So you have to do that. If you are early stage, all your time just needs to be with customers, the whole day, and then building. And we were building and writing code in the office, deploying in real time, and then seeing, if they would use it, would they get value, were they willing to give it up? In many cases, shit would go wrong, and Vi would come up with some excuse like, oh yeah, the Wi-Fi is down, but then he was really fixing bugs and redeploy, oh, the Wi-Fi's back, now it works.
Okay, so fast forwarding a little bit, you've gone through a lot of highs and I'm sure a lot of lows. What's one thing that you would have done differently that, may be relevant for an early stage founder that's going through some of the same journey that you've been through?
Yeah, so maybe what I just talked about is an example of what we originally got wrong and then really got right with Service Titan. And then the one thing that I would have done differently, and I only realized this after we did it, how valuable this was. Yeah, early on it was Vahe and I, and thankfully he's a much better coder than I am, so we were able to build something. But where we saw things really start to move even more quickly was when we hired our first engineers. Now, in our case, that happened to be a random trip to Russia, thanks to our friend Ilya here, and we met these amazing developers who joined us. 3 of them joined us. Not all at first. It was first 1, then 2, then 3. And the development velocity picked up so much. We were able to build and iterate for customers so much more quickly, which allowed us to accelerate how quickly we could prove that these customers love the product that we finally built. So if there's one thing I could encourage people to do here, and I know it's very hard because really hard to find good engineers, and many of them are already working on their own thing, but if you can find that 1 or 2 strong engineers to share the load with, to help you figure out the journey, it makes all the difference in the world.
Actually, on that point, what do you look for when you hire people? What's like the 1 or 2 characteristics that you really would not hire if they didn't have that?
I don't think you can boil it down to 1 or 2, but I'll name 2. 1 is just like break through walls, will do anything it takes to deliver. That's 1. I'll say a few. 2, exceptionally high standards for themselves and also for the people around them. Because rock stars like to be around rock stars. And as soon as you introduce people that are not rock stars, like everybody starts to leave. 3, what we should recognize here that for all of us here, whatever we're doing today and whatever we do next year, like we are going to be in rarer air. We're going to be doing things that we hadn't done before. So everybody on the team has to be continually developing themselves. And that goes for the CEO, that goes for the technical support specialist, and that of course goes for engineers.
So how many people have you hired at the company to date?
Today we're just under 1,000 people, spread across Los Angeles, which is our US West, Atlanta, our US East, Russia in Yekaterinburg, and then now Yerevan.
That's amazing. So can you tell us a little bit about, from the company, where is it today? How many customers do you have? What are some of the metrics that you're excited about?
Yeah. Today we have 4,000 customers, businesses, but bottom Harvard, your favorite one? That's Vi's dad.
Somebody actually asked if Vi's dad was using it, if your parents still use it.
Yes, please stand up. 4,000 customers, about 100,000 users that use this product like literally every hour of their day. Across those 4,000 companies, we manage roughly $10 billion in annual transactions, 1,000 employees, and we'll finish at roughly 150 million of ARR at the end of the year, hopefully.
Amazing. And you know, one thing that I'll just chime in here. So when we were doing diligence on Service Titan, one of the things that was so incredible to me was that typically when you sell software to small businesses, there's a lot of churn, right? Because the businesses go out of business, they merge with another business that is using some different software. And best-in-class churn for businesses that sell software to small businesses is usually like 10%. That's kind of the 10% annual churn. You assume that 10% of your customers revenue will disappear after the first year. And what was so amazing about Service Titan was not only were they selling to SMBs, but until like a year ago, they also let all of their customers sign month-to-month contracts, which meant they could cancel without any really big penalty. And even with that, they had something like 2% gross annual churn, which is absolutely insane. And so that's just such a great data point to show having true product market fit, where your customers love your product and literally could not live without it.
Yeah, I think that's the insight there. It's not to brag that, whatever our churn is. The point is it reflects this idea of you've created irreplaceable value that people don't want to leave, even though our product is very expensive. It's at least 10 times more expensive than our nearest competitor. And yesterday I was talking to David and he was telling me about his experience with churn, and he was saying, the only churn we get is when customers go out of business. For us, we don't even accept that as an answer. For us, if they're using our product, they should be more successful. They should never go out of business. So the bar for us is 0%, and one day we'll get there.
Actually, so a question about that. So which period was harder, going from 0 to 1 million, or 1 million to 150 million of ARR?
Okay, I mean, that's 1 to 150 is big. They're both equally hard. Like, the good news is, for everything everybody's facing here today, as hard as it is, the good news is it's just as hard when you grow. So don't think anybody has it easy, okay? Or that you have it harder. It's equally hard, just the challenges are very different.
And just switching to some of the Q&A from the audience. So when did you hire your first salesperson?
Good question. Probably 10th hire in the company. Now, keep in mind, I believe the founders should be the first salespeople. So I don't think you really need salespeople up until some higher number. I do think the very first hires should be product and engineering. Those really accelerate velocity because, look, again, it's about find product market fit. Don't worry about sales. Unfortunately, everybody gets caught up in this idea of you got to grow and you got to show 100% growth rate in this early stage. In my opinion, it doesn't matter. The only reason why it matters is because investors, unfortunately, look at this, and so everybody here cares so they can get funding. That's not how it should be. In the beginning, it should just be, I don't even want you to think about growth. Only pick 5 customers or 10 customers. Can you make these guys swear to me they'll never leave your product? Like, that is the only thing investors should care about. Because if you can do that, man, anybody can sell that. That's why it's so easy for our salespeople to sell. That's why we grow, right? Get the product right, anybody could sell. Even I could sell. Even Vaz is actually a really good salesperson.
So on that point, actually, I think for both you and Vahe, you guys had never had a job before starting this company.
Yeah.
So it's not like you had been exposed to great CEOs and managers. And I know firsthand that you're a voracious learner. So can you share a little bit about how you armed yourself, what tools you did, and how you learned all these different functions to be able to lead, a $1 billion company?
Yeah, look, the good news there is today there are so many good resources on this. Like whether it's Y Combinator's playbook for running startups, or it's Peter Thiel's 0 to 1, or I don't know what the flavor of the month is today. There are amazing playbooks that have much better advice than anything I could offer. My only advice is, look, you have to work on yourself as a startup founder, as a CEO, or whatever your role is, and all that information is available online. So why wouldn't you digest it, synthesize it, and then apply it in your business? And that's how you continue to grow.
And presumably, I mean, you guys had you'd probably never seen like a pitch. I mean, maybe you started watching videos, but one of the questions from the audience is, can you tell us about the first time you raised money and what that pitch was like?
Yeah, so the answer is we've never done a pitch. I mean, one day, Ilya asked me for a pitch deck. How many years did it take me to get you a pitch deck? Oh, you still haven't gotten it.
Ilya was the first investor in Service Titan, for the record.
Now look, this is a little bit of a unique case, but I actually don't think it's that unique anymore. All that matters is if you have a good business. If you have a good business, you have great customers, they will refer one another, you'll start to grow, and then investors just see the growth, and you don't need a pitch deck anymore. Our A, B, C, even our D. Did you get a pitch deck? We don't have a pitch deck.
I actually had to pitch on behalf of Service Titan.
You built
team.
a pitch deck.
Yes, I did.
I don't think pitch decks are necessary. And if you want to build one, again, there's all the advice in the world online.
Can you talk a little bit about the market that you guys are in? So were there competitors? Are there competitors you're worried about now? How do you think about that?
Every market has its challenges. Yeah, there are really, really, really big markets, and they're exciting because if you can win, you get incredible riches. But those attract a lot of competition. There are already entrenched competitors. New ones will come out tomorrow. And then there are markets more like ours where it's vertical, and that doesn't mean it's small. It's definitely big, but it's smaller than any horizontal market. And there are a different set of challenges. One benefit is less competition. So there were a lot of software products that our parents used and other plumbing companies used before Service Titan. They were good, but they were built by plumbing companies and air conditioning companies, not by the next crop of Stanford students or Armenia's most greatest minds. And so the competition wasn't that fierce. For us, when it comes to the market, it's been about, okay, if our market is 100,000 companies and we deploy to all of them, that theoretically would be 1-2 billion of ARR, which is a lot. But then you want to think about how you build beyond that. And so for us, it's about how do we go into new markets, how do we continue to launch products, and that's been what we've been focused on.
Yeah, I actually have a question about that as an investor. I have a view, but I'd love to hear your view. So, I mean, you guys are valued at this valuation right now. Do you have plans, or what is your vision to grow into, let's say, like a $20 billion business from here, like a 10x from where you are now?
Look, we don't think about valuations. We don't think about fundraising or going public or anything like that. We just think about how do we help as many people as we can, as much as we can. Coincidentally, that means building a great business. Coincidentally, that means you get crazy valuations. For us, here's what we think about. We have successfully serviced and become the leader in one segment in our market, and now we're expanding to additional verticals. So going into roofing, pest control, landscaping, and any other home and commercial services. We've expanded into commercial successfully now. We're going to expand geographically at some point 1 or 2 years down the road. And then the other thing we've started to do is launch more products that attach to our core product. I think the benefit that we've had of being the CRM or the platform that all these companies use is it gives us the ability to then also create every other product they currently buy and sell it to them ourselves instead of someone else. So we're replacing every product in the market with something customers pay us for instead, and that's driving a lot of revenue. Our goal in the end is to be this operating system for home and commercial services where all the companies, all the suppliers in the supply chain, and all the consumers, the homeowners that need to find a plumber, they all interact with ServiceTitan to get every single thing done. And I think once we get there, we can talk about those kinds of valuations.
All right. Harut from the audience wants to know, what does the typical day of a unicorn CEO look like?
So I have a framework for where I focus my time. I'll quickly iterate it. I don't think it's that important, but one is the vision for where we're going to go in the future, new markets, new products, new business models. 2 is the strategy to get there, how to build network effects, economies of scale, so on. 3 is aligning the team around that vision. 4 is gathering what I would abstract as like resources to help us. So that could be new investors, new partners, new customers, and most importantly, new Titans. And then 5 is evangelizing ServiceTitan, internally and externally, and a lot of communication. So that's pretty much how I spend my time today. The thing that really keeps me excited, where I show up to work every day, because arguably the company doesn't need me to, and in fact, probably some people would prefer that I not show up, is, look, one, the impact that we see of how much this helps our customers and how they talk about how it's changed their lives. Like, it's very rewarding. That's the fuel for the whole company moving forward. And then 2, like, the incredible people I get to work with who are so gifted, so talented, and every day I'm inspired and in awe with what they achieve. I get to see it and see them develop and mature, and they're now not just professionally incredibly strong relationships, but like I cannot separate professional and personal. To me, it's all the same. They're like my best professional and best personal relationships, and that's what makes it so sweet. And it's the same with investors, as you've seen, my relationship with all of our investors.
All right, we have time for 2 or 3 more questions. So it's obviously very stressful to be a founder, a lot of uncertainty, especially in the early days. And so how did you manage that stress as a founder? And how do you continue to manage that with such grace and charisma?
The easiest way is to have an amazing individual to share it with, and very grateful that I have Vahe, and today we have many, many more that we get to share it with. And then the second is, like, there really is no solution. It's very stressful. There's a very high opportunity cost for all of our time. Like, everybody here has a different career opportunity they could be pursuing, where if you went and worked at a company, you'd immediately be successful, or a different startup you could be doing, where you could have a chance of success, or spend time with your family, or spend time on your hobbies. And that eats away at you every day, because you always question yourself. And I do it at this scale too. Like, if today I couldn't think 10 years ahead and see that there's amazing growth ahead of us, I would not spend the next 10 years of my life at ServiceTitan. And it's the same question I encourage everybody to ask here, because we have to think about the definition of success is not, will this startup you're working on succeed? Like, statistically, you know the answer. Unfortunately, the chances are very low that the startup you are working on today will succeed. But if you expand that definition of success to be not just this startup, but all the other startups you could start and other ideas you can come up with, or you go and join another team that has early traction, and from what I saw yesterday, amazing companies in Army, like what happened in 1 year is crazy, how good these startups are. If you can go join another team and that becomes successful and you share in that success, that definition of success, much higher likelihood. And so hence why it's so important, very quickly figure out, do you have a real business here that warrants investing 10 more years of your life, or is it time to move on to the thing that will maximize your success?
Okay, and last question. So we've opened an Armenian office. We have a great team here. We have an awesome office. What does success look like for you for hiring in Armenia and building out the presence in Armenia?
I mean, look, if we can reach this level of scale, I would love for our office in Armenia to be the same size as all of ServiceTitan is today in 4 years. Like, if we could have 1,000 amazing Armenians and now fellow Russians that are joining us here in Armenia, that would move me to tears.
Me too.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody.
All right, we're going to do something a little bit different after that presentation. So, I mean, we just need a little bit more energy in the room. So we're going to just take a selfie, John and I, because he wants to increase his followers. So I want to make sure, I want to see you guys up cheering some Armenia energy in this room right now. So you guys ready? Here we go. Woo! Come on. All right. Yeah. All right, we got a little bit of excitement in there. Sit on the couch with me. Come on.
So right here. We did not coordinate on the sweaters, by the way. This just happened. Naturally. So I have to say that I'm a little nervous today because Ryan is actually an investor in Spark Capital, so in some sense he's my boss. So I'm going to be on my best behavior today.
As you should.
As I should. Should I do an intro for you, or do you want to do an intro for yourself?
All right. I already did an intro, and then I'll let you come back and talk
Sounds
about
good.
Spark. My name is Ryan Neese. I'm the managing director of Next Play Capital. We invest out of two buckets. One bucket we invest in funds like Spark Capital, Excel, Lightspeed, Andreessen, and a number of other top firms in Silicon Valley, New York, and LA. The other bucket we invest out of, we co-invest and direct invest alongside our managers. We're pretty sector agnostic. Typically we invest late A's, early B's is when we try to squeeze our way into some exciting companies.
And I think we're co-investors with you in which companies?
Oh, man, come on. You got to know these things.
Coinbase?
We're in Coinbase.
Yeah,
and
Carta.
Yeah.
So I think
talk about Spark.
Yeah. So I didn't really talk about Spark too much before. We are an early stage and growth stage venture capital firm. The majority of our team's in San Francisco. We also have offices in Boston and New York. We invest globally. We have about 10 portfolio companies in Europe, a bunch in Israel, one in Africa, one in Latin America, and then investments all over the United States as well. No Armenian investments yet, but hopefully that'll change at some point. We invest across a very broad range of different areas, from seed, Series A, early stage startups that are pre or post product market fit, all the way to later stage companies that are gearing up to go public. And I've been with the firm for just over 5 years and split my time between a few different areas. I spend a lot of time in new emerging technology areas that are just getting commercialized for the first time and opening up new products and experiences.
And so you guys may see in the program that this panel was labeled something else other than what we're doing up here, and there's supposed to be other panelists up here besides just John and myself, but this is what we in the business like to call a pivot.
Yes.
And so we're just going to talk about each other and just get to know one another. So I'm going to ask you a question.
Sure.
You just talked about your background and what you focus on. Obviously, you have so many entrepreneurs and founders in this room. What's the best way to approach you to get money from you?
Yeah, so I actually did a short interview with somebody right before who asked the exact same question and even got into the tactics of what should the subject line be in the email that you send to somebody. I really think that investors should be open to talking to anybody. Now, getting somebody's attention is hard because there's tons of stuff going on all the time. You're getting 1 million emails a day. I'm getting 1 million emails a day. So I think the right way of approaching it is figuring out what somebody's excited about, what they're interested in, what they're investing in, what they're talking about, what they're researching, and then finding a way to approach them so that their interest is piqued. I tend to think email is the best way of doing it. I think if you have a mutual connection with somebody, you can get somebody to introduce you to somebody else. But a really well-written, thoughtful, cold email that is specifically tailored to that person's interests and passions, I think you should have a really good chance of getting a response. And I get those emails every day, and I respond to them all the time. What about you?
Like your inbox is going to blow up after
Yeah, I know. I'm ready. It did last time I was here too, and it was wonderful. Well, what about you, Ryan?
I think I like when founders use somewhat of a bird dog approach, right? You talked a little bit about, obviously, the cold emails. You also talked about getting referrals. There's a number of other areas that you can get in touch with me, whether it's social, whether it's LinkedIn. There's so many different ways to try to get my attention. And so when I see somebody being very creative and hustling and spending the time and the effort and the energy to try to get my attention, that's a positive signal for me, right? I mean, at the end of this entire process, especially early on, is all about your dedication, your commitment to your craft, to your desire to build this company, and how you approach every single phase of the business, from the time you raise the money to building your product to building your team, whatever it may be, how you approach that, and your relentlessness in that, to me, is what I'm constantly trying to measure and see. So
yeah, I have a follow-up question on that, which is the length of time it takes to build a relationship with an investor. So, sometimes I think people have this expectation that I'm going to meet an investor, they're going to fall in love with my business, and they're going to invest in my company. But the reality is, at least from my perspective, sometimes it can take months or even years of relationship building before an investor pulls the trigger and actually invests in someone's company. What does that look like for you?
Yeah, and I would say that that's definitely true, and I'll put my LP hat on. I mean, when we work with a number of other funds, they will talk about that process of how they go about building the relationships with founders early on. They'll spend a lot of time trying to help and earn the opportunity to invest, right? I mean, if you think about how the deal was struck with Nina and Service Titan, I mean, I'm sure that just didn't happen. Right? There was a relationship that took time, and they got a deal done here, but it didn't just happen here. It probably was months, if not years, in the making. And so being able to take that time and put that energy in both as an investor, because if you want to really get into the right companies, that you have to do that, and also the founders and the individuals that are trying to get that money.
So I think you guys are lucky to have somebody on stage who sits kind of on both sides of the table. Actually, all three sides of the table, if you think about it. There's entrepreneurs, there's investors, and then there's the investors in the investors. And Ryan has been an entrepreneur, started a company which he successfully sold. He's also a direct investor in a number of great companies, and he's an investor in other firms. Can you talk through like the business of venture capital a little bit and maybe try to demystify it? Because even as someone who works in the industry, it's pretty confusing how everything's structured. Easy question.
That's not an easy question. I mean, demystify the world of venture capital. Okay, I will say, Yeah, let me see. Where do you want us to start?
Well, maybe even just to start, like, how does it work? Like, there's a VC firm, they have a bunch of investors.
Yeah.
How does that whole process work for a VC firm raising money?
So,
how do you think about that?
A VC firm's first job, obviously, for a firm, they have to go and raise their own money, right? And many of them have institutional LPs that have, and if they're really good, they have these long-standing institutional LPs all around the world that are begging them to get in their funds. And so once they are able to raise their capital and raise their funds and put those together, then they take that capital and then try to figure out how to put it to work, right? And then obviously to do that, they have a certain thesis in which they're trying to approach investing that gives them somewhat of an edge over the other 600 or 900 funds that are actively investing, right? So they have to figure out where are they going to put money to work, whatever stage that may be, whatever sector that may be. And once they start to put that money to work, then it's their responsibility to do what I like to say, just the work. And that's spending time with that particular entrepreneur or that particular company to give them the resources that they need to help them succeed, right? And obviously, the earlier in the company's life cycle, the more that company needs that firm or that partner's help. And even when they're not doing all those things and not raising money from LPs and not working with particular founders and putting money to work, they're constantly networking, right? This is a very, a people-first business. So I think whether you're a founder or whether you're a GP, you're spending a lot of time interfacing with individuals to try to find ways to get a read or get a signal or build a relationship so that you can ultimately earn, I think what's the most, the thing that everybody wants in this business is trust, right? And that entire process, and that's a long ramble, to get to the point where I can trust you to give you capital, or you can trust me to give me capital, or however you want to get there. There's an art to it, right? And that's where it's so complicated that it's not a science. There's more art to this business than anything else that's out there. And I think the individuals, just like a founder spends all his time and energy to be successful, you as a GP spend all your time and energy finding a way to give yourself an edge to make sure that you can generate a return for your investors.
And I guess the other follow-up there is, as someone who primarily invests in funds, what do you look for in an entrepreneur? Like when you decide, this is the time where I'm going to actually directly invest into a company, what are some of the signals that you're looking for and some of the characteristics that you look for in these entrepreneurs?
Yeah, I use the lens a lot from my world of playing in the NFL, right? And getting a chance to play on a Super Bowl team. I got a chance to be around some alphas and individuals that played football at the highest level and that competed at the highest level and won at the highest level over and over and over and over again. And when you get to see that type of dedication and commitment to a craft, to being the very best, and sacrificing everything else that's coming at them to achieve whatever it is that their goal is, that to me is a lens that I use to try to judge founders. Do they have that type of commitment? Are they going to go stay in their customers' houses? Are they going to spend...
I want to hear more about that, by the way.
Yeah, there's definitely a book or a movie that can probably be made of some of those stories. But that type of dedication and commitment, and I bet they put in that same time and energy even at this stage of their company, right? And to be able to do that over and over again when people are telling you no, that's impossible. Yeah. You should get a real job. You'll never make it. That's never going to work. That's impossible. That's probably not that's a hard thing to do.
Yeah.
And so, whether it's grit or whether it's heart or whether it's passion, whether it's conviction, when somebody talks about their company, right away, do they have it? I think they have a certain way in which they express their vision, their commitment, their conviction to try to go and build this amazing company that everybody else has said that's impossible. And when you hear it and when you see it, I think that's amazing. And I think I use this a simple test as well. I think there's something else that probably all of us can do is I have a starting five. Like, what's your starting five? And what I mean by that is show me your 5 best customers. Show me your 5 best board members. Show me your 5 best investors. Show me the 5 people that you spend the most time with. Show me your 5 best employees. And all of a sudden, you can start to get a pretty good understanding of the makeup of that founder, the makeup of that business, the makeup of that sector. And so I think it's pretty interesting.
I can steal that, by the way.
It's all yours. Yeah. You know, I think a lot of that information's out there, and we want to try to dive into the numbers and all these other things, but you know, there's some quicker ways to get to answers, I think. Cool. Yeah. So let me go to you now. I mean, you've been asking me questions. I'll flip it back on you. So when you think about some of the companies that you missed on, that you didn't get an opportunity, maybe you tried, talk to me about some of the challenges and why you missed and why you weren't able to invest.
Yeah, it's a really tough topic. It's this idea of an anti-portfolio, and some people really embrace their anti-portfolio. I think, is it Bessemer? There's one.
Bessemer.
Yeah, there's one firm that actually publishes all the companies that they screwed up on and you know, had an opportunity to invest in and didn't invest in, and when you first start out in venture, you don't have an anti-portfolio and you don't have a portfolio, and then over time, your portfolio and your anti-portfolio kind of grow in tandem. And there was just a time a couple of weeks ago when a company that I looked at and didn't invest in sold for about $500 million, and it struck home. I said, "Gee, I really screwed that one up." I think the thing that's important to remember is that everyone has a lens. Everyone has a way of looking at the world that is unique to them. And I think that having a lens, almost by definition, means that you're going to miss certain things. You're not going to be able to invest in every single thing. And, you know, for example, at Spark, we've never invested in a, you know, therapeutics life sciences company. And that doesn't mean, you know, there might be amazing companies that go public that are developing groundbreaking new therapies. And if we don't invest in those companies, is that a miss, or is that just kind of us sticking to our knitting? But then there's the tougher question, which is startups that are right in our wheelhouse, that we know, that we got a chance to look at, and that we do work on, and we think about, and then we pass, and then they end up going and becoming, you know, hundreds of millions or billions of dollar companies. And it's humbling, honestly, and I think it causes us to reflect on how hard this job is. And I don't think there's ever one particular reason. One thing that I've felt over time is it's really easy to overthink things, especially as an early stage investor. And what I mean by that is that amazing people are the ingredients for building great companies. And if you find amazing people, there's a really high chance that they're going to do something incredible. And sometimes you can over-intellectualize what they're working on, forgetting the fact that these early-stage companies go through twists and turns and find their way. And if you invest in amazing people, especially, you know, at the seed stage, they're probably going to find their way into something more interesting over time.
So let's go a little deeper in that, because everybody talks about how important the team is, the people, early stage. That's what we're looking at. That's what we're judging. You said amazing people is what you're trying to find. Amazing is somewhat relative.
Right.
So dive in. What does amazing mean to you?
So I think I would definitely steal some of your thoughts around the sort of starting 5. And I think one of the things that really separates you know, incredibly talented entrepreneurs from entrepreneurs that have the potential but aren't quite there yet is the ability to attract people around them. So I think that recruiting just says so much about an entrepreneur's ability, whether it's recruiting a co-founder, whether it's recruiting early employees, recruiting customers. So I think that looking not at the entrepreneur necessarily, but about the orbit of people around them tells you a lot about their abilities and their potential. I also think that drive, passion, and a personal relationship with the problem. Like, so, you know, amazing to hear, you know, from Ara about, you know, his family experiences in this industry and how he'd grown up in and around home services and how he kind of felt that pain himself. There are a lot of entrepreneurs out there who say, I want to start a business, what should I work on? Okay, that seems cool, I'm going to go work on that. And that can sometimes work, but entrepreneurs who are doing something that's more soulful, where they're really building something that they would want to use or that someone close to them would want to use, oftentimes that provides a long-term source of energy that can get them through the ups and the downs and the kind of the good times and the bad times that happen in building a startup. So I look for those things, but recruiting and kind of passion and personal connection are two things that, for me, are sort of non-negotiables when looking at a startup.
And so a lot of times investors like to talk about their wins, right, and the trophies and all their successes. But oftentimes, as we know in this business, it's extremely challenging, and you miss more than you hit, right? And so talk about what happens when a company goes sideways, and how do you manage through that, and how do you work alongside your founders?
Yeah, it's tough. It's actually, there's some really interesting research that was published over the last year that examined some of the best venture capital firms and looked at their win rate versus their loss rate. And what was interesting is that even the best venture capital firms have roughly the same, or sometimes an even worse, win rate versus loss rate than mediocre venture capital firms, but their wins are much bigger. So we think, when we make an investment, we want every investment that we make to have the potential to generate a huge return that could really impact the performance of our fund. But at the same time, we expect that most of our companies will be worth zero or close to zero. And so that does happen, roughly the majority of the time, and we have to work through that. And it's really painful, particularly for entrepreneurs who've poured 2, 3, 4, 5, sometimes 10 years of their life into building something that could potentially, go belly up. So it's an emotional, difficult process, and we try to do our best to guide founders toward shutting down the company in a way that's respectful, that takes care of employees in the way that they should be taken care of, and ideally finds a home for that company so that people have jobs and are in an okay place after the company winds down.
You want to take a question?
Well, what were you motioning? Should I look at one of these ones? Let me fire this one back over to you, and then I'll go to it too. What are the spaces that you're most excited about looking out over the next 3 to 5 years?
For us, I think health and wellness, just because obviously our background and connection with the world of sports, media, and entertainment, specifically in sports, I think that there's a lot of opportunities. I think all of us in our lives are trying to figure out how to optimize our lives better, and if we can do that, whether it's through learning how to sleep better, our nutrition, fitness, I think you're going to start to see a lot more applications out there that are going to help us be better at our daily routines and how we live our lives.
Is mental health an area that you guys are looking at as well?
Not necessarily, but obviously that's a very big issue. It's been really rewarding to see some of the men and women, especially the elite athletes, come out and talk about some of the challenges that they've faced and the pressures that have been put on them. And I think that spills over to some of the founders and the challenges and the stress and the pressure that's put on founders and how they have to cope with that. So that's another area that I think it was really interesting, but not necessarily an area that we focus on.
Yeah, mental health for us, we just see so much, especially in the startup community. It's just become such a important topic, and it kind of almost destigmatized more and more over time. Something that founders are talking about a lot openly now, and we've made one investment in a mental health related startup, and it feels like there's a lot more to do in and around providing better support for folks.
Yeah, I mean, we made an investment into Peloton, which was an interesting one. We also invested in Tonal, which is another exciting company. And I know you guys invested in Mir, so you're starting to see some of those types of companies pop up, and I think we're going to see more. It's just the tip of the iceberg there.
Cool. Yeah, one thing that I'm really excited about right now is food technology and agriculture technology. I think similar in some ways to what's happening in the home services world. Agriculture is this sort of ancient, important, yet in some ways slow to modernize industry, and there's so much interesting things happening in food and agriculture, from the way food is produced, to the way that food moves, to the way that supply chain works, down to the way that consumers are experiencing food at home or in restaurants. And robotics and software and biotech is sort of transforming all of that all at once right now. So that's an area that I've been spending time in personally, we've been investing in, and I think is extremely exciting over the next 5 to 10 years.
I'm going to go back to another question kind of related to maybe what Service Titan experienced early on at the beginning. When you're going into an industry, into a sector that's primarily mom and pops and these small to medium-sized businesses, and you're trying to grow and scale, that's hard. So that's obviously very challenging. What's the advice you give a founder that's going into a particular market like that?
I think, honestly, living in people's homes is a great way of summing it up. I think that you have to get really native, and you have to really figure out, hey, there's this potential customer who has never used software before for maybe for anything in their business or for this particular use case. What's it going to take for them? How do you provide so much value to them and change their business in such a fundamental way that they're going to say, okay, fine, I'm going to install this software and I'm going to pay for it and I'm going to go do this thing that feels unnatural to me. And so it really requires a breakthrough from a product perspective. So I think the bar is very high, but once you get there, I think the reward is very great.
On the other side too, I mean, let me think about when you think about Spark and how you guys compete against your peers, the other VCs out there, how do you guys start to change your perspective and open up your aperture to look at companies in Armenia or look at companies around the world? How are you guys changing or maybe shifting your investment philosophies?
Yeah, so for us, investing globally has always been something that we've done. I think increasingly over time, we're seeing the rise of these sort of distributed and semi-distributed teams. We've invested, for example, in Envision, which is a 1,000-person company that's fully distributed across the globe. We're also seeing many, many companies that are starting from day one with an office in the US and an office in Israel, or an office in the US and an office in Armenia. So I think there's more and more infrastructure, support, software that makes it easier for companies like that to spring up and easier to do business globally from day one. And as that's happening, I think we're continuing to spend more and more time thinking about how do we truly, act and invest globally, and how do we support companies that are outside of our backyard, which admittedly can be hard. It's a lot easier for me to help, a portfolio company recruit a software engineer if they're based in San Francisco than if they're based in Russia. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be looking at opportunities there. We just might have to adapt the way that we support those types of companies.
When you think about some of the companies here in Armenia, some of the pre-seed companies, and they're looking at raising capital, and they want to raise capital in the U.S., how would you advise them to go about that?
Yeah, so I think the most important thing for a startup is to find investors that get their business and can help them. Those are the two things that I think, if an entrepreneur doesn't get your business at all and they can't help you, maybe you turn to them for cash because it's your best option, but ideally you'd find someone who can actually help, who understands what you're doing, who's going to be a loyal supporter and help you to grow over the next 5 to 10 years. So pre-seed in Armenia, and you're looking at firms in the US, I think the question is, how do you find people who get what you're doing, and how do you find people who can support what you're doing? And not every firm in the US is necessarily cut out for that. There might be a firm that's invested in a similar company in a different geography, or similar company kind of related in a similar industry that might really understand your business fundamentally in a way that gives them an edge and gives them an edge in helping you. But I think it's a little tougher. And I think that many companies that are looking to raise pre-seed capital are probably best served with local angels and investors who can really roll up their sleeves in the early days, especially as their customer base is local, and then as they start to become more global, approach firms that take more of a global perspective.
They should just talk to HIVE.
Well, they should definitely talk to HIVE.
Yep.
How much time do we have? 1 minute. All right.
Oh, 1 minute.
One more question? We do. All right, let's do this one. What has been the best pitch you've ever seen?
The best pitch I've ever seen. I'm going to say it was probably Peloton. John Foley at Peloton. I was at True Ventures, and I had the opportunity to have him pitch. I was at their offices, we're LPs in True, and he walked me through that business, unlike anybody I've ever seen walk me through any type of business. The level of detail, the level of conviction, the level of understanding of all the nuances within that company was fascinating to me. And when you think about that company, it was really almost 3 different companies in itself. It was a hardware company, it was a content company, and it was a software company. And his ability to understand all the moving parts within there and how he needed to succeed in all those different areas was moving, and he knew exactly what needed to be done, and it was made me get so excited about the possibility where that company could go.
I wish I'd been a fly on the wall.
Yeah, that one was definitely probably one of the most moving presentations that I've ever seen.
Cool. All right.
No, we got. You can't.
One more.
Yeah.
All right. Really tough one. One that I loved is actually where my wife Christina works, which is Affirm, which is a very mission-driven lending company based in San Francisco. The founder of Affirm is this amazing entrepreneur named Max Levchin, who also founded PayPal. And there are many different aspects of that pitch that are impressive. And a similar one for me is just the level of like fine-grained understanding that he had of the way that they were pricing risk, the way that they were, their business model worked, the way that their users thought, the way that their users behaved. But also for me, he had this unbelievable anger and passion and anger about how the current system worked. And really this vision for how he wanted to change it and how he wanted to transform it for the better. And I think everyone left the room that day just thinking, wow, this guy's going to go and do amazing things.
Yeah, that's awesome. Nina, thank you, and the HIVE family and the support staff. We really appreciate you having us here, so thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Parevces, anuz hrach ashjane shadora hochampov, aisoros gainim vor kichmim korzis masin, tsezi batmem yev husam vor oktagar gelat tsezi. For those of you that don't speak Armenian, I spent the last 100 words saying hello. I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize somebody who gave me an opportunity at the beginning of my sales career. For those of you that don't know what I do, I today lead business development for Google's Quantum AI team. I have 10 years of experience in enterprise sales, and my goal here today is to give you a tactical, high-level overview of the components of sales to better enable your businesses to succeed. It's my opinion that revenue helps solve a lot of problems. And that's a lesson I learned from a gentleman, Hovik Safoyan, who's in the audience today and works at SADA Systems. I was fortunate enough that they gave me an opportunity to learn sales and even learn a few negotiation tricks from him. So I'll be happy to share those with you today. At a high level, here's what we're going to cover. We're going to go through the sales process. We're going to cover different sales styles, managements, how to set quota, and then we're going to talk about some hacks and maybe tricks, if you will. So let's start at a high level with the sales process. If we double click on this, what we're going to see is what you might know as the funnel. You're going to have a marketing team or somebody who's putting up a website, maybe if you're a startup and you don't have anything else, maybe some online advertising. But there are a number of ways that people can hear about your company. That's where the sales motion starts. It starts with marketing. Once you actually get someone's attention, that's where we start getting into the tactics. There's two different types of leads. There's inbound leads and outbound leads. Very simple to distinguish between them. Inbound is someone who's coming to you. Outbound is somebody that you're chasing. Inbound leads, they're usually much easier to convert, but believe it or not, there's data that we'll get into in the next slide that shows how you should be responding to them. For outbound, it's actually more science than art. A lot of people get confused on how you go out and get a customer and expect it to be this artistic venture, and it's not. There's a very specific cadence that you approach people with. You use a number of mediums to go after them, whether it's LinkedIn, TeamLink, which is a product within LinkedIn, down to emails and phone calls, and it's usually a combination of all of the above. So let's talk a little bit about inbound. Inbound leads. If you respond within the first 5 minutes, your odds of conversion are an order of magnitude better than if you were to wait 10 minutes or longer. It's really that simple. When someone fills out a form on your website or calls your sales hotline, you have 5 minutes to respond, otherwise you've done yourself an incredible disservice. So take note that if a customer finds your website or responds to an advertisement, you should be responding close to immediately. Now, with outbound leads, things are a little bit more complicated. With outbound leads, you want to find the right cadence at the right times to pursue your audience. You need to better understand who you're going to be targeting, who's making the buying decision of whatever your product is that you're selling, and you also need to understand when to approach them. Everybody you approach will be a customer one day. But your goal is to find who's the customer that's going to buy today or in the next 3 to 6 months so you can actually forecast that business and close that business. At this juncture, let me take a moment and I want to poll the audience. I'm expecting a minimum or a smaller portion of this audience to actually be in sales. So how many of you are in sales? Please raise your hand. Okay, that's actually more than I thought. It looks like roughly 40%. How many of you are Product-focused or technical founders? Please raise your hand. Okay, it's pretty much the other half. This presentation is just as much for you as it is for the sales folks in the room. It's incredibly important. Otto mentioned this when he was speaking earlier. As a founder, you have to be able to sell your own product. You can't hire a salesperson and expect them to do this for you. It's going to require a team effort, and you have to lead that effort from the front. That effort starts with your outbound lead generation. Here's some data from the Harvard Business Review that shows you which days of the week are best to actually approach your customer. And we're going to take this one level deeper. We're actually going to go in and look at what times of day you should be approaching people. If you look at the right side of this graph, the difference and the benefit to you is huge depending on the time you reach out to somebody. If you're trying to contact them in the middle of the day during their core working hours, the odds are pretty much against you. On the previous slide, you saw it was 49% more likely to make a contact calling them on a Wednesday or Thursday. If you combine that with a 4 or 5 o'clock p.m. time slot, assuming you're calling them at the end of their day, your odds of actually engaging your future customer are significantly higher. Another key factor in all this is don't give up. You might find this surprising, but even at a company like Google, or if you have a strong brand like, let's say, Apple or Netflix or Microsoft or Amazon, we will target a customer 6 to 8 times within a period of 8 days. Some of you might think that's aggressive or it's borderline spam, but to be honest, it's not. It takes that much persistence, that much of a regular cadence, and that much of an effort to get somebody's attention. It's no different if you're trying to email John at Spark to get his attention to pitch him. You might need to email him a couple times, or as Ryan mentioned, bird dog and try his Twitter account or email and a combination of different factors. You have to be creative to get somebody's attention, and there's data to back this up. So when you don't get an answer on your first email or your second email or your first voicemail, don't be offended. As a startup, when you don't necessarily have that amazing brand yet, you haven't built that, you haven't been in business for 10 or 20 years, you're going to have to be even more aggressive. There's a balance in this. There's a number of tools you can use. You don't want to have your domain flagged as a spam domain. So there is a little bit of nuance here. But don't be afraid to be aggressive and have a very specific cadence you pursue your customers with. So I've shown you a lot of data. Let's take a look at what a plan might look like to actually put this into motion. This is an example that I've actually trained my sales team and my inside sales guys to follow. So Tuesday morning as the first touch goes out. It's usually an invitation to connect. It's a voicemail. We're not expecting anybody to pick up the phone. We get that first one out of the way because we know come Wednesday, just like the data showed, our odds are going up. We want to get a response. Wednesday, the first touch is 7 a.m. Our guys have either scheduled that the evening before or they're doing it live in the customer's time zone. That 7 to 8 a.m. time slot is a very productive time slot for most buyers, for most employees. That's when we want to get in front of them. That's when they're most likely to give you information, make a decision, and give you some feedback. Usually, though, as the data shows, it's going to take you a lot more than that. We'll go through the entire work week. And as a matter of fact, what we've started to learn is that on Sunday evenings, most executives, most decision makers have already started going through email for the week. Some of our outreach will actually bleed into Sunday evening. That's where you see the fifth touch. And that usually starts around 6 p.m. They're wrapping up their weekend, they've had dinner with their families, they're back on the computer working. It's a great time to actually reach out and kickstart your sales motion. When you do, it's important that these messages don't consist of, hi, my name is and I work for so-and-so. To be honest, they don't really care. That's just the reality of it. You're not that important to them. What is important to them is the value you're going to provide. What pain are you solving? Do you understand their business? Can you show them those 3 points in no more than 3 to 5 sentences in an email? They should never have to scroll on their phone to continue reading their email. Within those first 3 sentences, they've made a decision as to whether or not they're going to give you 20 to 30 minutes of their time. That's it. You don't need to spend time saying, hope all is well. That's a waste of characters. Treat your emails almost like you're crafting a Twitter message. You have to be extremely pointed. So let's say you've actually managed to land a client. Someone's willing to take your meeting. What do you do now? This can be terrifying for some people, especially if you've got them on the phone live. You don't even know where to go next. You weren't even expecting them to pick up. But if you've been able to get that first meeting, this next step, if you take nothing else away from this presentation, take this slide away. Qualifying a lead is probably the most important thing you will do. There are only so many hours in a day that your customer works, And you need to figure out which of those customers you're actually going to spend time with. By the way, getting a no answer or getting an answer that I'm not going to spend time with this customer is just as good and just as important as getting a yes, I do want to spend time with this customer. There's 4 criteria that go into doing this. First and foremost, you want to look at what we call BANT. It's really your budget, authority, your need, and your timeline. Budget, do they have money to pay for this? Authority, am I talking to the person who's making the decision or influencing the decision to actually buy this? And will they or do they have the power and authority to sign that contract when I ask them for the business? Need, do they even have the problem that I'm trying to solve? If not, obviously you should not be talking to them. Timeline, as you start to think about building a sales motion and a sales team and a sales pipeline, there are people that are going to buy from you in the next 3 days, in the next 3 months, in the next 2 quarters, or in the next year. All of that data is relevant. You need to start logging these and knowing when to follow up with people based on how long your sales cycle is. Understanding who you're going to talk to and when you're going to talk to allows you to increase your productivity and march forward towards your market saturation to address your total addressable market. Doing this will not only make you more efficient, but it shows your customer that you're respecting their time. You've done some research, you're asking them intelligent questions, and you're trying to drive the matter forward. Believe it or not, people respect that versus just showing up and saying, what keeps you up at night? That's a terrible way to go. Most executives are like, you've done no research if you're asking me that question. Try to be prescriptive. If you make a wrong assumption about a customer's company or their industry, they're going to be pretty forgiving. They're going to say, he tried, he put in some effort, and they'll correct you. And you go based off the information they give you back. So if you consider this as stage 0 of your sales process, let's go to stage 1. Now, most of what I've been talking about focuses on if you're selling software as a solution, platform, or infrastructure as a solution within a United States market. This stage is relevant for all 3, but more so for platform and infrastructure. There's an element of a deal when it comes to something that's incredibly technical that you have to refine much more so than you would in software. I've been fortunate enough to sell all 3, and I've learned this over my 10 years of experience. For platform and infrastructure, you have to spend a lot more time up front with technical resources assessing the fit of your product or your tool to how they operate their engineering teams. It's a technical conversation with the VP of engineering, with the leader of DevOps, and try and understand, what are the frameworks they're using? Are they using a CI/CD or continuous improvement, continuous delivery framework for their product and their code? How does this integrate into your product? How do you help them with that? They're going to be the ones that make the decision, but it doesn't really end there, and it goes back to thinking about qualification. Though they make the decision, they may or may not actually sign the contract. So you've got 2 different roles filling that authority column, and you need to identify both. In some cases, you're not just going to be assessing this from a technical standpoint, but also a financial standpoint. For platform and infrastructure products specifically, you're not just going to have a tech win, you're going to have a business win as well. Because they're incredibly painful to switch out or to augment an infrastructure setup, it will require both of those for you to get a deal. Versus software sometimes can be won on ROI alone or features alone. It's best when you have both together. So let's say you get past this. Next, you're going to move on to stage 2. That's where you're going to get into your evaluation phase. Now, this is the same for software, platform, or infrastructure in my opinion. You have to align the stakeholders before you spend the time and effort. You have to say, hey, we're going to put in our engineering resources, and there's value to that. We're going to guide your team, we're going to teach your team, and we need to understand that this is a priority for you and that you want to do this now. When you've established that, you define the success criteria up front. That's business and technical. They say, yes, if we meet those, we're going to buy. Then you engage the process. You drive through that evaluation. At that point, you have to demonstrate that you're not only going to meet the technical criteria, but deliver business value as well, whether that's in cost savings or in increased revenue, depending on your solution. You're going to have that decision maker sign off at the beginning of that process as well as the end of the process. If you don't have that, you're likely wasting cycles, both internally on your own sales resources as well as externally for your customer's team, because you could very well spend the cycle proving out your solution, get to the end, and the executive's like, this is not a priority until next year. That's not the situation you want to end up in. You want to get upfront agreements and alignment across the entire group of stakeholders for your customer to drive that decision. At the very end, the most important part is you actually capture the success. In software, if you're demonstrating a series of functionality or capabilities, you want the users to fill out a survey before you leave that demo saying, you know what, I am willing to use this. I'm willing to use this with a little bit of help or change management or training. I'm not really willing to use this. I don't know why we're wasting time on it. Give them those options. Collect that survey feedback. Odds are, if you've done your job right, your product is good, you have product market fit, and you word the questions a little favorably, you're going to get responses that you can then go back to your executive sponsor and say, look, everybody in here wants this. Either they're ready to go now or with a little bit of help, and guess what? We'll also sell you the help, so why don't we do this? Drive your decisions with data. At this point, you're almost there. Let's go to the next stage. You're at the proposal section. This is where you get to close. This is, in my opinion, the most fun part of the job. You're negotiating the terms. You have to negotiate the legal terms and the commercial terms. Commercial just means pricing and numbers. Start the legal one early, though. Customers might have a lot of questions. If it's technical, they might have questions around IP ownership, etc. If it's less technical, they might have questions around SLAs and performance and uptime of the software. You want to be able to have time to answer those because, trust me, they're reviewing more than just your contract. So just because you send it to them, they might not get to it for a month. You want to build that into your process, so when you say, I'm forecasting this business to come in on this date, you can be sure of that. One thing that I see a lot of junior sales reps do in this process is they get uncomfortable. They get anxious. They want to close. They know they're close, and they start giving things away. They start giving concessions up. They start giving discounts or free months of service. You don't need to do that. One of the biggest assets you will have as you either build a sales team or as a founder that you're leading sales is to be uncomfortable in that silence or to just count to 10 in your head. Do not give up a concession until you are asked for a discount or you are asked for something in return, at which point you should have something ready. You can give up a discount. Have what that is in mind. Know what's pre-approved by your finance teams. But you need to be uncomfortable with letting the process take its time, and don't give that up ahead of time, no matter how much you want the business. And if you ever start the conversation on those terms, by the way, probably not a deal you want to be working. Anybody who starts with price is looking to either price shop and use your information to get a better deal somewhere else, and they're not actually interested in your product. So, you've got the proposal, you're closing the negotiation, now you've signed the contract. This is where things get a little tricky. You actually have to deliver what you've sold this whole time. You got to make sure you didn't oversell ahead of your engineering and your product is on board, and you got to make sure the customer's expectations are set correctly. So as you go through this, collect your money, get your purchase order, depending on if you're paid up front or monthly, etc. Get into the deployment and the migration. There are certain parts of this where the deployment is easy. You turn on users and they've got software and they can access it. But realistically, even that comes with a certain amount of change management. If they're doing something like moving an email system, there's going to be a lot of migration lead up and data migration leading up to that delivery before the solution goes live. Build time in for that. Manage those expectations correctly, because the last thing you want to do is close a deal and have somebody upset that it's not ready when you should have told them, hey, I need 3 months, from the time we signed to this solution going live. The third point is something that I've seen much more common in SaaS than platform or infrastructure. Change management is a fancy way of saying, I'm going to deliver training to change someone's behavior to use my product or my software successfully. Getting that adoption, and there's a very specific way to go about this, you train the day before your software goes live. By the way, don't be offended if no one pays attention. They probably won't. And then you train again on day 3. Why on day 3? Day 1 goes by, they're too ashamed to ask for help. Day 2 goes by, that pain of them not listening in the first training session comes to fruition. Day 3, they're willing to listen. So you go in, you train day 3, and they're willing to adopt and use your product. In platform and infrastructure, this is a little different. You're most likely dealing with engineering teams versus a knowledge end user or a business user. Engineers, by the way they're wired, are typically a little bit more curious, and they will take time to learn more through the product. That doesn't mean they don't need help. It just means it's a different process, and you will have less formal training along the way. The best way to sell in those situations is put an engineer on an engineer. Get your salesperson out of the way. They really don't want to talk to sales. But they do want to talk to your product people. They do want to talk to your engineer. Help them escalate and match those resources. You will have incredible success in deploying your technology. If you haven't figured out what we've been doing, going through each of these stages brings you to the sales funnel. This is probably one of the most well-known diagrams or some sort of this diagram that you will be introduced to as you try to build out a business. We've gone through each of these stages, starting with marketing, going through the lead generation and the qualification, through to the evaluation, and eventually your proposal and contracting. Though that might sound easy, remember you had to do 6 to 8 touches within about 8 days to get someone's attention? Now think about how many people you need to get, how many people's attention you need to get in order to close one deal. What I've tried to do is list some averages for you on the right-hand side. If you have leads coming in your funnel, only about 30% of them are probably going to be qualified and worthy of closing a deal this quarter or next. By the time you get to the bottom of this funnel, if you're talking to 100 people, you're lucky if you're closing 1 to 3 deals. Let those numbers sink in for a moment. The outbound sales effort and the motion of building a sales team that delivers quarter over quarter is not something that is left to chance. It is something that is statistically driven by data and a cadence that is incredibly frequent. And as I mentioned in the beginning, is not an art. This is very much a science. Now, one of the things that's difficult is actually managing your sales team. There's a few different elements that come into this. The first of which is the sales style. What I've done here is I've actually labeled all of the sales styles I've heard of. I've been subject to some of these trainings, and I say subject to because they're not all great. But I'm going to try and narrow this down for you. Rather than trying to figure out if spin selling is right or medic selling is right, what's worked most successfully in cloud technologies, which most of you are developing, is a challenger methodology. It's known for being helpful in a technical sales environment. In addition to that, the challenger helps you highlight the value your product is delivering by disturbing whatever it is the situation you're walking into. That's going to lead you to revenue. At the end of the day, the high level of this is no matter what objection your customer is giving you, you are respectfully and politely challenging their perspective with data and what is possible. Now, don't confuse possible with vaporware and something your team hasn't built yet. You still need to sell the product and the solution, but you're challenging them to see their world in a different way. This is helpful in an engineering environment. So if you're selling platform and infrastructure, this is definitely the way to go. On the software side, there's another methodology called Sandler that's also helpful. It deals a lot with upfront contracts, so to speak. So when we're talking about going through an evaluation, aligning those executive stakeholders to say, yeah, this is a priority, we're going to put resources on this now and let's do it, that's an upfront contract. You want agreement on what you're going to do before you do it, and then when you finish it, you've already agreed on the subsequent step as well. As we go through this, take some time, read up on Challenger sales training in your own time, but what I do want to focus on next is really managing a team. That comes down to 3 things. It's always people first. You've heard that through a lot of the other presentations. It always comes back to the people. You need the programs to invest in them, and you need the performance to track how they're actually doing and measure their effectiveness. Managing people, I think, is tricky in general. But when it comes to sales, one of the things you have to focus on is being able to measure and track their performance in a consistent way. That is crucial, as they're most likely going to be given a quota or a sales target to hit. One of the other things you need to do is behaviors that you want to implement, or have a series of follow-up activities, take 3 to 20 times in terms of a training delivery to actually develop into a habit. There's both repetition on what your sales reps do to your customers in a good way, but what you also do to your salespeople in a good way internally to help them grow. And this is incredibly important. As you align incentives internally, there's a number of things you have to consider. This comes down to the programs. Sometimes you've got short-term goals. That's where you might use something called a spiff. That's a quick bonus to reward a specific behavior that you as an executive leading your company might need to put in place to adjust, let's say, the mixture of customers you have in your pipeline. Perhaps if you go back to that sales funnel diagram, you've got a lot of customers at the bottom that are closing in the next 3 months, but nothing coming in the top. So what happens then is in 6 months or in 3 months next quarter, you've got no business to show for. You want a steady stream of customers coming in. Spiffs are an easy way to correct short-term behaviors, but they're not a long-term solution. Long-term wise, it's always going to come back to setting sales quotas. We'll talk about that a little bit in a few slides, but making sure you do that to to market and not to performance. The other thing is sales reps tend to be very short-term focused. They're quarterly driven, and you can't blame them. That's how you measure them. But some of the things you need to do is actually show them the career arc. It's very difficult sometimes for a junior salesperson to see what is actually ahead of the turn and what can they do with their career. Part of that performance, though, is ensuring and teaching them early on proper sales force hygiene. This is something that's a personal pet peeve of mine, and the key to that, I've seen, IBM actually used to do this really well in the 90s. There's several case studies on this, and they not only got compensation based on quota attained or sales they delivered, but the accuracy of which they forecasted, which aligned behavior, you can believe it or not, to ensure forecasting was done accurately. But as you paint that career arc for a salesperson, this is what it might look like if you were to study them as though they were an experiment or a specimen. But they will never understand it this way. Stage one is kind of your junior salesperson straight out of college. This is someone who's going to be an inside sales rep or an SDR, a sales development rep doing a lot of outbound for you. That next stage is really going to be a field sales rep coming into their own. That third stage is where they come into maybe, let's say, a sales manager or a leader. And that fourth stage is someone who's built a network and a reputation for having empathy, trust, and delivering results for customers where they can actually influence and use their network to influence their deals and get larger enterprise-style deals done. This is incredibly important in managing and growing your workforce, but perhaps more important is actually reviewing the performance. And that's not just the wins. You learn more from the losses than you do the wins, and it's incredibly important to include that within your performance reviews. So I promised you we'd talk a little bit about quotas, so let's go ahead and take a quick dive into that. As I mentioned, you want to always set to market, not performance. You're going to have reps that continually outperform, but they're aiming for a target that you've set. If you set that based on what they did last time, your growth will be stunted. You want to set that to your market based on whatever you're trying to address as your total addressable market. You also want a buffer. Salespeople are incredibly clever. By nature, they try to figure out how to game the system and get the most revenue possible. Doesn't always work, believe it or not. So what you need to do is actually raise quotas a little bit at the company level and factor in that some of your sales team is going to miss. A good performing sales team, 80% of the folks will be hitting target. You're going to have 10% that just aren't cutting it, you might need to replace, and 10% that are absolutely crushing it. You want to try to keep, incentivize their loyalty over time. There are a few factors that go into setting quota. A lot of those you're going to see listed here on the bullet points, but you also have to be realistic. There's only so many hours in a day that a customer is willing to pick up the phone, and that's a very real inhibitor. So how you structure their time, how you incentivize them to use their time, you have to take these factors into account. Now lastly, I promised you some tips and tricks, and my wife encouraged me to put these in here as I was practicing my presentation. But we're going to talk about some hacks. So we talked about negotiation. One of the things that you can probably do is always anchor high. What that means is if you want a job and you're asking for X, you might want to start at X times 2. That might seem like a lot, but you're going to be brought down through this process. It's no different than if you're negotiating with a customer. You anchor high. Beyond that, it's not just a numbers game. A lot of this is an emotional decision. Buying and influencing the sales cycle is emotionally driven. Build empathy, build trust, do your research, spend your time. If you try to rush it, you're more likely to screw it up than you are to close the deal successfully. When you're ready to close, again, don't be uncomfortable with any asks a customer makes of you. If you have to count to 10 in your head, some of you already chuckled and were uncomfortable. But counting to 10 in my head is something I've gotten in the practice of doing, even if I'm standing in front of a room that I'm speaking to, because it allows someone else to volunteer information that they may not have otherwise. And that's when you most likely are going to get information that's key to driving a deal to closure. Lastly, be specific. Ambiguity doesn't help anybody driving towards success. And at the reality, a negotiation is not where you win or they win and you lose. You both have to win. The only way you're going to get there is by being specific. So in closing, I've shared a lot with you, but what I maybe perhaps didn't share is some of my own experience. In the last 12 months, I've closed over $42 million in business. I've had an average of 135% attainment over my sales career every year. These are not numbers I pulled out of books, though I did reference some books in there. These are practices that I've put to work day in and day out, that have put food on my family's table. These work, and I want you all to employ them and hope that this was a tactical guide to actually building revenue and success within your companies. Sales can be confused as a lot of things. Not many people are going to understand what you do. But at the end of the day, remember, it's not an art. It is very much a science, and you have to keep driving to that. So, in conclusion, I want to thank HIVE and thank the Haraira Hovnanian Foundation for hosting this, and thank you.
All right, thank you, Haraj. So we're going to take a 10-minute just bathroom break. We're coming back. We have 3 sessions. One panel about selling a company for $1 billion with Amazon and the Corp Dev team, and then why Armenia, and followed by our pitch competition. And then we'll get drinks, and it'll be awesome. So please be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Behind the sign. Yes. Okay.
If you have the same question in terms of asking for the slides, my email address is hja@twitter.com. Send me an email asking for the slides.
Some specifics. So, yeah, we'll share.
So, my email is hja@google.com. So, an email asking for the slides, I'll share. Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you. Thank you. Keep pressing. Like, the difference in the need is you can either be a doctor or a lawyer. When you find the need, the doctor stops pressing and they fix the issue. That's not your job. When you find the need, keep pressing. The lawyer, keep digging. They need to feel that in enough that your solution has value to them. So you keep asking, what is the cost? How many people does this disrupt in their work? What is the cost of those employees being distracted? Then you start multiplying those numbers. You say, okay, if that's what it costs this many employees per week, that costs this much per year. This much, I save you that much per year. You can hire another person or get rid of it. Right? Build out that case study. Then take the demo. More so than a demo, I would ask for a cross-functional observer. So not just the user. IT has to say yes, but so does the person who uses it. Get 2 or 3 observers. Show the demo. Once you do that, if you can, don't let them bring their computers. Bring like 2 or 3 computers for them to use it. They can't go this is something that you get the response right there that you can take back to 19 and say,
How would you get a group of people that is justifiably tired? It's warm, they've been sitting for a while. I'm going to drop an F-bomb, but I'm not sure that accomplishes much yet.
Yes, I'm willing. Yes, I'm willing.
Yeah, you need to do your whole introverted.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Why?
Get people fired up. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not what you want to characterize. No, no. You know, it's
Just don't include the cash on. You can probably just do those around. So how do we get people fired up? That's what I'm worried about. I will have an interesting conversation with both of you. But I'm less confident. No, you can only do that once. You can only do that once. I mean, I might drop like an F-bomb or something, but that's about all I've done.
all of you have great energy. Great, thank you so much. I appreciate the feedback. It was a lot. I just can't embrace so many. And you know I left a few things out. I was like, I have 30 minutes to see what we can do. Thank you.
I need to find the person who's going to be taking over this stuff.
Excuse me, yeah.
Believe it or not, it's actually very stressful. I just have to focus the entire time on nothing breaking.
I think the question thing is you didn't.
You want to say not particularly.
Zach, how you doing? Pretty good. Yeah.
You can tell them we're always going to
take a nap. No, I'm good. That's okay. I just like, you got word? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you know, I haven't, but I just thought it'd be good to get it all made out for tonight and then light.
Did you go out to the
Yeah, we got back at like
Maybe that's not.
I think it was okay. It was like FCC in the park. It was great. Hang out, but you know, like we've been doing that. Besides that, it's really a little more different. So we're really far back down in Seattle, but I think we all take the same idea.
We fly direct. Yeah, go to the other download it today, maybe.
Yeah. I wasn't into finance 10 years ago. So it's great to get in culture and people and whatnot. But by combining my interest in finance,
really good ones today, too.
Yeah.
Sales presentations really interesting. It made me realize I've never used a sales team.
I was like, man, like I don't know a lot
What a
about
craft.
Yeah. It just makes me think like if I was ever in a position not to do sales, like quality. But positions like how you do a lot more data. It should only be exploded like, hey, this style, this style, like, I've never even heard of them. Right? I'm like, no, which one? Like, totally. So, you know, I would love to dive into how is X company or my company
Do you have a sales focus company? Sorry, do you have a sales focus company?
So, the closest thing to it is we have a company that aggregates cell tower easements and easements that are built within cell towers. And there's probably like, yeah, and so it's the sale is contacting the owner of that easement and asking them to either sell their easement to us or rolling their ownership of that easement into our company and then just taking shares, the capture shares. So otherwise, we're providing a service that in all our businesses we're providing a service. The gas station, like it's a physical asset that people want to actually use. They can choose to go to the one down the street, but like it's not like we're something like that. It doesn't have like a typical connection to yourself.
What is it?
So, easement is the right to have a structure on a piece of property. And generally, like for example, let's say your yard, your like the guy who built your fence accidentally built it like a foot over, and technically your neighbor will say, look, we need to tear down that fence and rebuild it. And you're like, can you just give me these to allow my fence to be there? And you probably pay them and they just like, fine, okay, whatever. But you know, whenever this gets rebuilt, we're good. Whenever 10 years from now, so these are permanent.
Yeah. It's not right.
Permanent so it allows us to buy the capital from the cell tower to paying the right to be on that land without actually owning the land. So it's kind of a fictitious, it's like a fictitious asset. It doesn't exist except for cases.
Can you raise prices? Can you raise prices?
Yeah, all of these. So if there wasn't an easement, it was just the cell tower owner paying the landowner or the building owner. Generally, there's like 3%. So, and that's the standard across the board. Across all our capital that they're not taking the cell tower down because they apply to more taxes, so you just get more cell towers, not less. The only reason they go away is if like, oh, it sounds like, oh, these are ugly, we want you to put them in. Well, yeah, some people are worried about that, but you know, maybe they'll say we want to put these in like less obvious locations, so. But yeah, so it's called landmark infrastructure, and ideally we would have not had to take it public because we would have put our own capital into these easements, but a few other people got into the industry and really did fight the down. So we actually had to take the assets themselves public and we kept the aggregation, the sales and buying all these assets that private. And what we'll do is we'll buy it, we'll make a little bit margin, and sell that asset to public companies at an accretive value to them. So as long as they're trading at a certain price, we can always make a little bit of spread on what we bought the assets for to pay for the overhead of our sales team.
What determines the value of a public equity? Super predictable. Probably not a lot of volatility.
So it has a little bit to do with like the review of the real estate market, as well as just doing math and saying, okay, this is making money. So maybe they'll look and see, okay, the telecom companies cost of capital for their bonds are this, and this is, maybe for the bonds because they can't operate if they don't have the cell phone towers. So they'll do some math and say, like, okay, the bonds are this, here are all the major tenants, and we'll aggregate mathematically and say, oh, what's the cost of capital? So I haven't been on the portfolio company where I have to be doing quarterly valuations. I think what we do is we just say, okay, here's the stock price and that I don't know if that's a more value, but I know investors in that public investment really, how big is the it's small.
Hey guys, we need to get people inside. It's like 5
well, we haven't fully exited. I would say we actually invested in the IPO. So that wasn't for us. I mean, I say, hey, back to you. I say they are going to buy it. So we haven't realized
Sen komelka, andertar, aynı naçete çıktı, aynı. Amsterdam meka. Вот, ну и стандарт, он сказал. А, что? Это стандарт. Anlıyorum. Ne diyorsun? Varsa часто. Руководитель часто, тези часто. Премьер спортом часто.
Sit down. This is ridiculous. All right, everybody. Is this on? All right, everybody. Please sit down. We're going to get started. I have to sit.
For whom? For the minister.
Okay, if the people in the back could please find their seats, we're going to get started. Thank you so much.
So it's 5 p.m. A lot of people have been sitting for a while. It's been a warm day. It's been a lot of information thrown at a lot of us. But I think we have an exciting panel in front of us. I can say, I will let the speakers introduce themselves, but I'll say it's been a privilege speaking with both of them over the last couple of days. I've spent hours picking their brains, and I'm sure I haven't even scratched the surface. So with no further ado, I'll let the speakers introduce themselves, and then I'll introduce myself. Ryan, why don't we start with you?
Sure, I'll go first. My name is Ryan Suttonji. I'm the co-founder, and I was the COO of PlanGrid before it got acquired by Autodesk about a year ago for not $1 billion, thank you, for $875 million equity value plus another $40 million in cash left over, so not $1 billion, thank you, David, but close enough for me. So to give you a sense, probably nobody here knows what PlanGrid is, but it was a construction SaaS business. Basically, we took paper blueprints and replaced them with mobile apps in the cloud, which sounds really obvious now, less obvious in 2011 when we started it. My background is I'm a construction person. So the founding team was 2 construction people, so me and my co-founder Tracy Young, and 2 software people. So that's kind of quick introduction.
Okay, my name is Alex Moore. I'm part of the corporate development team at Amazon. We do mergers and acquisitions as well as strategic investments for the company. I've been doing corporate development for the last 7 years at various publicly traded companies in the US, and then prior to that have done investment banking for several years, so a decade of corp dev and M&A experience. Hopefully we'll share some insights from you guys over the last 10 years and what I've seen across various deals and various companies, so really excited to be here.
Perfect. And my name is Dave McCurchin. I'm a director of special projects at Tanium. It's a cybersecurity company based in the Bay, and prior to that, I was a management consultant. So, topic du jour is a very interesting one. How do you sell something for close to $1 billion? I feel like once you get up to that number, you might as well just round up. But setting that aside.
Apparently, you guys thought that.
You know,
I'll take 875.
Yeah, that sounds about right from you.
You know, Ryan, when you look at PlanGrid's story, you know, for outside, and if you don't double click, it looks like, you know, just straight up and to the right? YC, Sequoia Series A, and then, you know, a couple years after, a very healthy exit. But my understanding is it was a little bit rockier than, you know, most people might think. Can you tell me a little bit about sort of what are the things that you did early on that set you up for being or for having such a successful exit?
Yeah. So, you know, it didn't feel that awesome and up to the right the whole time once it got going, for sure. Though it it definitely, we didn't have kind of the traditional problems that a lot of SaaS businesses have with product market fit or expanding our sales team. Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard to say exactly, but looking back on things, I think probably the most critical time as far as risking out whether or not PlanGrid was going to be successful was in the formation of the founding team. And for us, it was very hard. Even, I'm sure in Armenia, it seems like it's probably very difficult to find a great combination of founding teams, but even in Silicon Valley in 2011, which was much less hot than it is now, when me and Tracy were two construction people trying to convince software engineers to work with us, it was almost impossible. And the only way that we were able to get them is to find people that were friends of ours and convince them to join. And so our original founding team was me and Tracy, construction people, Ralph, who later ended up becoming Tracy's husband, and Antoine, who was my college roommate at the time. And we applied to get into Y Combinator, and that was sort of the contingent event that would convince the two software engineers, one who was at Pixar and one who was a high-frequency trading engineer, to quit their jobs if we got into YC. So we did, and one of I think easily the hardest moment of the entire time of PlanGrid was in between when we got accepted into Y Combinator and when we finished. My dear friend Antoine and co-founder, his cancer that he had previously came back, and he actually passed away while we were in Y Combinator, sort of dealing with our first customers. And sort of after that, everything, even when it was hard, it was not that hard. So I feel listening to the Service Titan guys, their core pain was that maybe the first company or when they were living in the plumbers, and I bet at least for me, reaching back to that is a source of strength that if I could do that, I can do anything. So let's just keep pushing this thing forward was definitely a really motivating factor.
So how'd you end up persisting? It's not, in hindsight, it's easy to say, okay, we were successful, but what did you actually find as the source of strength to persist? Because it seems like the business is ready to fail, right? Yeah,
I mean, the founding story for of the product at least is me and Tracy, we both worked in construction, and construction, at that time was so underserved by any kind of software, and part of it is because the technology just wasn't there, right? There's no mobile devices until fairly recently, so it was kind of the right time, and we were just so frustrated and so angry at how inefficient construction was, and if you look at many countries, but America specifically, the amount of money that is wasted on building things and the expense of the most expensive stuff in the Bay Area, but anywhere, is housing, buildings, office space, and it all stems from the fact that it's too expensive to build. And if you dig into the numbers and you go to a construction site, it's oh my God, the waste is appalling. And so we felt really strongly our mission was to do something to make a dent in climbing construction costs, anything at all. And we were really, really focused on it from the beginning, and that's what always motivated us.
Yep. I hate to sound too crass, thinking billion-dollar exits and thinking mission-driven founders are more likely to be successful, but a billion certainly does get your mind thinking. I guess, how did you manage the upward trajectory for that team and try to keep some sense of focus as that was going on?
Yeah, I mean, we never started PlanGrid with the intent of getting acquired. We thought, the mission is really big. Construction in America is $1 trillion market, and it's amazingly fragmented. It's not pharmaceuticals where there's less than 15 that matter, right? There's tens of thousands of construction companies. And so the mission is just so huge, even if without global ambition, even if it's just blueprints on the iPad and every construction company in America, it is a ridiculously big mission. And so it was to always just focus on that. There was, we never ever felt wow, every project's using us. It never felt that way, even when we got to, hundreds of employees and, near $100 million in ARR. We'd still walk down the street in San Francisco next to our office, and there would be a construction site that wasn't using PlanGrid, and it would drive us crazy, right? So it was always we never were satisfied. So we have to keep going. We have to keep growing. So yeah, that's the way it was.
So we heard about.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that?
Be my guest.
So when you guys were going through the M&A / dual track fundraising process, how many folks from your team were aware and brought into the inner circle?
I mean, there are obviously the minimum people that have to be involved. So, like, you know, the CFO and some people in the finance team have to be involved. On the due diligence side, obviously some technical people need to be involved. But, like, several times we had been sort of softly approached by Autodesk throughout the history of PlanGrid. And, like, I don't want to say they weren't serious, but it was... Basically, we always got the sense that they were either like intentionally or unintentionally like playing games with us, and so it wasn't like people were like, yeah, Autodesk wants us stuff, and like, you know, we want to have a continuing relationship with them. It was never like, you know, so it wasn't like it set all the alarms off, like, oh, finally we're gonna get acquired. Like, it wasn't like that because we're also at the same time doing due diligence for fundraising. So the same kind of stuff that you do to dig around to do due diligence for fundraising is very similar to the corporate process. So yeah, a few people, but not enough to sort of, like, it wasn't like a leaked thing, which was important because there was a very good chance that we weren't going to get acquired.
Alex, I guess from your experience, how likely is it that the acquirer, the would-be acquirer, PlanGrid in this case, you know, how likely is it that the corporates are messing around with the team, distracting them, right? Because there's a little bit of a tension between the ability for that team to focus and execute, and for you to do sufficient due diligence to write $1 billion check or a very large check. Sort of, how often is it that you're really just testing the waters and it's not sort of a serious courtship?
Yeah, absolutely. I think different folks in corp dev and M&A have different approaches. I tend to be very transparent. I think anyone who met me over the course of the last few days has probably found that out. Yeah. But I think other people do kind of mess around or play around with companies, and I feel like that's not really fair to them and kind of their journey. Mm-hmm. So I try to be at least as transparent as possible when I initially reach out to a company, let them know that I'm interested in exploring a conversation with them. You know, M&A could potentially be a channel, but it might end up just being a partnership. And sometimes that is kind of the best route to cultivate a relationship with the company and stay close to them and their product teams, and then eventually potentially exit or just be a long-time partner.
So both of, do you have a question?
But it's still, of course, your job to beat us up, right? I mean,
I always do it with a smile. So.
A smile and the, you know, competitive threat of a very successful, very large company, you know, with 2 pizza teams and et cetera, et cetera. I want to ask both of you a question. You've been here in Armenia for a couple of days. You've met a lot of startups. And I'd like to hear from each of your perspectives, sort of, in your mind, what is the main thing that's going to be stopping these startups from having exits as successful as yours, right? We agree that you should be mission-driven, but at the end of the mission, there may be a liquidity event or there may be an acquisition.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, like, I feel like that, you know, the title of this talk and sort of the things around the corporate dev stuff, I imagine they're mostly of prurient interest to you guys. Like, most, you know, like, to get to the stage you are, like, the way to get acquired for $1 billion is to build a business that's worth more than $1 billion, and then, like, have someone like Alex get a good deal, right? Like, that's the way to get acquired for $1 billion, basically. But yeah, I mean, to get to that, you know, like, build a great business.
I mean, do you see it as a market, like a challenge of the TAM being large enough, or the teams being large enough, like, you need to have a massive, you know, distributed team very early on in a company's life? Like, if there's one reason or 2 reasons that are going to stop a company from being that successful, what is it based on what you've seen so far?
Yeah. I mean, I think the number one is just never finding product market fit. Like, you know, the companies that I've been an angel in, like, just many of them, they never really find it. And I think you talk to most failed founders, is it's usually that. And then the second is, you know, you find product market fit, but the market is not big enough, or your product only serves like a small chunk of it. And that would be the other reason that you can't scale it to be as large as PlanGrid. I mean, I think, like, you always have some control over both of those things, but not total. I mean, at least if you're mission driven. Like, me and Tracy, we weren't like, well, we're going to do this thing, and, you know, like, the market is the thing that's making us do this. Like, no, it was like, this is a ridiculously broken problem, and it seems like it's a big market, but we'd have worked on it even if it wasn't a big market, to be honest.
What about from your perspective, Alex? I mean, there's a series of things you do in the normal course of due diligence. What might be some red flags or some reasons why it'd be hard to, you know, for a corporate acquirer to make an acquisition in Armenia?
Yeah, well, I guess I'd ask, how many lawyers are there in the room? Okay, get to know those people. Okay, extra hands are going up now, so find those people too. I think having a good lawyer is incredibly important, especially when you're starting a company. I couldn't tell you how many companies I've seen with incorporation docs that are wrong, cap tables that have botched information, and over the course of time, like that will catch up with you. You also want a good tax person, maybe that could be a tax lawyer as well, to help you think through the right way to structure your company and the right way to pay yourselves out. So, again, over the course of 10 years have seen incredibly shady behavior by different companies who have decided to pay themselves out or book things as, expenses that weren't actually incurred expenses. So make sure that you're doing kind of everything the right way and that you're buttoned up. I'd also make sure that you're really focused on hiring the right team. So I don't know any, I won't say that. There are some companies that will just acquire a company for the technology and not take the team. I've never worked at a company that thinks like that. And so I would really say focus on building the right team and focus on building the right team in the right place. So if you have an incredibly distributed team, just take a step back and realize that as a large corporation that might be acquiring you down the line, we don't want to have offices set up in 20 different countries all across the world. Like the startup to build an office is just way too high for that to even make sense for us to do. So while the distributed team model certainly makes sense for a lot of you companies, just take a step back and think of it from a corporate perspective. That may not make sense for them. And you also want to hire, when I say the right team, I mean people that are not just smart and subject matter experts, but also people that you have a good rapport with, people that you truly trust, because going through the trenches of M&A is an incredibly trying process. So you want to make sure that you have people by your side that will do anything for you to make sure that you guys can get through this together.
So having both of you been in the trenches of M&A, Ryan, maybe I'd like to ask both of you the flavor of the same question, which is, having done it before, what would you have done differently? If you can imagine a lever that you could pull, and then, this is your bread and butter. I imagine there are things you've improved on over the years. What have been the typical things that you've found yourself getting better at as a function of time?
Yeah, I guess I would say, if I could have made the ultimate scenario, we would have had 8 Autodesks bidding for us at the same time, as well as saying, well, we're just going to continue to fundraise. But in construction tech, there's just not actually that many buyers. It's funny, the history of PlanGrid's interactions with Autodesk in particular, where, the first time I met with Corp Dev at Autodesk, we had just finished Y Combinator. We were I had just raised $1 million in seed funding at a $12 million cap. Safes didn't exist then, so it was a convertible note, but that's not really important. But anyways, I got an email from Autodesk, and they're like, "Hey, we want to talk." And I was like, "Okay, where do we go?" And they drive up to their headquarters, which is in Marin, which you probably aren't familiar with, but it's very far away from where our offices are. And I go there, and the person meets me, and they badge me through 8 doors. I'm like, wow, okay. And we sit down, and they're like, hi. I'm like, hello, why are we talking? And they're like, well, I just wanted to see how things are going. And I'm like, things are going great. And then well, we were wondering, maybe we might want to do an investment or maybe take you off the table. How much would it maybe take us off the table? And I was like, no discussion with my co-founders that we would be acquired or any money. So I just throwed out a number that seemed high but reasonable. I was like, well, I don't know, at least $20 million. And they were like, that's ridiculous. You guys were just founded 6 months ago. And I was like, we just raised $1 million at 12, so 20 doesn't seem ridiculous to me. I was like, well, good luck. And I was like, okay, meeting over. I'm like, well, that was a waste of time. And that had happened, actually, that meeting, maybe, or variants of that meeting, 3 or 4 times.
So PlanGrid's logo is the anti-portfolio for Autodesk?
4 times, yeah. I don't know if we would have, we probably would have. We were the recession had just sort of turned around. We were just working for 6 months on this thing, and if we each got $4 million, maybe we would have taken it. I have no idea. But it's sort of funny. But I think it's so idiosyncratic, why we did or didn't get bought. Looking back on it, it's oh, okay, they had just a year ago bought another kind of mobile construction management product that they thought was sort of similar. So even though it was totally not doing well, I'm sure that internally their politics were just like, they weren't ready to buy another one, right? And then another time later, it was like, they were talking to us, and then, we announced that we had done a Series A with Sequoia. It was like, so the price just tripled, right? It was like, and again, another time we were talking, and then we raised a Series B, so price tripled again.
Yep.
So I think it's like so weird and idiosyncratic that you can't ever, I don't know, while you're growing and your head's down and you're just so busy, you can't ever really plan, I think, to have a great strategy. I don't know, maybe people are smarter than me and she's spotting these people, but that's my experience.
Yeah, maybe dual tracking or all of these things to try to, create some sense of fear of missing out. How much does that actually work?
It works sometimes. But Ryan did touch on something, and I did want to kind of touch on that as well. I think the important thing is, even 6 months in, you knew your number. That might have not been the number the rest of your team would agree with, but you threw out a number.
Yeah, it's true. It was not I said at least 20 million.
It was someone's. It was one of your numbers.
But yeah, it might have been my number. Yeah.
So to your question, one thing I continue to see is companies don't have a number in mind. And they look at valuations raised by VCs, and earmuffs to Ryan and Nina and the other folks in the room. Your number might not be the same as your VC's number, and that's okay. And I think sometimes we have, selling your company for $1 billion is incredible, but selling your company for $50 or $100 million is equally as incredible and impressive. And so just knowing what your number is and knowing what it would take for you to have a comfortable lifestyle is something I think founders don't really do. They don't really have that conversation. And I can't tell you how many times I see a company come back and they might have said, oh, we need to sell for 200 million, and there's no shot that's happening. And they'll come back and say 100 or 50, and then they'll be at 10 and just scrambling because they didn't have an exit. There was no clear path to raising additional follow-on investment. And then they're just kind of disbanded.
So Ryan, you are now, I'm going to follow up on that. You're now freed of the, commitments in theory. Maybe you could speak a little bit as
I still have a lot of close friends that are not free of commitments.
So how does that conversation actually go? When we ended up at the number that we ended up at, where did it begin? Did you also say, 4 billion or, something like that? How did that conversation go?
I think the way you value a SaaS business of our size, it's not exactly spinning a yarn. I mean, there's you can argue about, well, we think we're going to go this big, and they're like, well, you have a competitor, so we don't. And there's some, but there's a certain multiple, and we had a certain ARR. I mean, there's a range. It's not that crazy. I think at the stage we're at. So it wasn't. I mean, the reason I'm reacting strongly is the idea that you would ever be candid with a corp dev person about your number or change your mind or anything that's wow, that's crazy. It's like being candid with an alligator that's trying to eat you.
Well, if you learned anything from the last presentation on sales, you should anchor high, but then know when to call it. And that's what I would say.
Yeah. But no, so how does that actually work? Yes, there are some range of multiples, but you also want to goose the conversation. And practically, what does that look like? When you negotiate it down, is it typically something 30% below, 50% below, or is it? I mean, could you speak to that?
I mean, so there's many levers, right? It's not just price. Yep. There's earn-out terms for the key, founders. There's whether it's an all-cash deal or it's a stock deal. There's what it's going to look like for, the existing team members, what the retention bonus is for them. I mean, there's a lot of different levers. And so, I imagine a great corp dev person knows how to, pull which lever to, get exactly the best deal for the buyer. But at the same time, too, for the seller. So, it's the thing is, if you don't have a better option, then of course, you're at the pure mercy of an alligator. Okay. A lioness. How about that? And so for us, our dual track was raising another round and continuing to go, and as founders, it's you can just look at to get paid 100%, you're gonna get this money from the buyer, or you raise another round, and all this risk comes back, right? Now, in order for us to have any kind of liquidity on exit, we have to double or triple our ARR, and do it in a certain amount of time, or IPO, and there's so much risk involved, and like the deal that we got, it was just like the right time to take the shot for us. It's sort of an analysis of like how much more risk do we want to take for us and our team. And like we had been around for 7 years, right? We have, our first employee, like literally, one of our first employees, she was like a construction like office manager in like a construction trailer, and she like had a child and was no longer at the company, but had been there and fully vested and fully earned all her shares, and she was like struggling to buy a house in the Bay Area. Yeah. And on paper, she's worth many millions of dollars, and at least at the terms of this deal. And to like and multiply her by like another 50 or 100 people, and everyone is like wants liquidity, and so like to say, well, let's wait another 3 years, and like and again increase the risk that may or may not happen. So if you look at everybody in the company, and if you just look at the cap table, and you look at the sale price, and you look at everyone, like what everyone's going to get, you can. I don't know. I think it was very clarifying.
Sure. We're going to take one question from the audience. I guess a lot of the small companies here, they perhaps rightly feel that it might be easy for them to get, I don't want to use the word squashed, but something like that. Particularly if a corporate initiates some sort of process where they don't, what ends up happening is you got to look under the hood of the technology. Somebody technical evaluated it, said, here's how we're going to rebuild this in 3 weeks or maybe 3 years, and we're going to throw 500 engineers at this, and then goodbye startup. How do you guard yourself as a small company from that risk? And then how often does that actually happen, Alex? Can you, like how often is a corp dev team like actually just trying to get the goods so that they can crush them in the future?
Yeah, I'll go first. So in our case, after one of the first meetings, Autodesk did try to do that, and they released like an almost identical product, and it did not work for them. So they were unable to quash us.
But sort of, you didn't really protect yourself, or knowing that, you didn't really protect yourself, right? Like, what could you have done?
Like, make a better product, know your customers, really be in touch with them. Have like a more it's actually really hard for a big company that has like all of these like internal political setups and all these different stakeholders to create an entirely new product in like a new customer base in like a different industry, and to like be as good as someone that's already got traction and momentum and a product that is like definitely working. In our case, like we kind of knew that it was a sort of idle threat. They tried anyways, and it didn't work sort of predictably to us. But like I'm sure in different industries, it's like you look at Facebook and Snap on the other hand, and it's like, oh my god. Yeah. So I'm sure it varies on each company, but for us, we knew it was not that credible.
Yeah, I would say I've had the fortune of working for many credible serial acquirers, and you have to also consider that though you have a product which is incredible and you have a team that's very strong, these companies and acquirers also have reputations to protect. So if you imagine Autodesk stood up the same offering and other folks in the industry are taking a look at that, the next time Autodesk approaches them, they may be a little bit more cautious in sharing information. So subsequently, that's the approach we take. We're not looking under hoods. We use clean teams. There's various ways that we can go about it. But you also have to consider the reputation of the company that you're dealing with. And also, similar to InVenture, this is a partnership with the company long term, and the corp dev team is your first inroads and your first experience with the company. So I'd say like trust your gut. If you have a bad experience with the corp dev team, like it's probably not going to work out for you. And if they don't have your best interests in mind, and if they're not advocating for you early on, then be able to read the person you're working with and figure out like, is there going to be a there, or is this person going to come back and show the product team everything we've been working on, and am I going to be in trouble in a few months?
Perfect. Well, I think we all learned something about how we sell a company for $875 million at least.
Equity value.
Yeah, equity value. Thank you very much, and we're going to move on to our next speakers.
Next we have Why Armenia, Why Now? Vahe Kozoyan, co-founder and president of Service Titan, and Nerses Ohanyan, who does, I think, almost every role at Venetti.
Test, test, test.
There we go. All right. Thank you all. We're the last one, so be patient with us. We'd love to get to know a little bit about each other. So, Vahajan, tell me a little bit about yourself, where you came from, what you study.
Sure. So I'm Vahe, one of the co-founders of Service Titan. Was born not too far from here in Van Azur. Moved to the U.S. when I was 6, and Ara kind of told our story, but ended up starting Service Titan. Went to school with this knucklehead over here at USC. Yeah, that's about me.
And tell us a little bit more about how you got to start Service Titan. What was your role at Service Titan? How has it evolved over the years?
Yeah, so if I think back to when we were first starting out and what we were thinking, what Service Titan could be, it was definitely not what it is today. I'd love to say that we had this grand vision of where we were going to go, but the reality is we were just trying to avoid the pothole that was directly in front of us, not like reach the stars. And it was little by little that we kind of then really realized what the scope of the opportunity was. That's kind of where we started. And in the beginning, Ara and I didn't really have any formal way of saying, okay, you do this, I do this. And when we first started out, it was pretty easy. It was like, okay, there's this much work to be done. You take this half, I'll take this half. And we were both engineers, and so we could do a lot of the same things. And over time, we naturally realized what our strengths and weaknesses were. And he's much more charismatic, and he's a much better negotiator than I am. So I quickly realized that, for example, when pricing conversations came up, I just shut the hell up because I knew I couldn't do that as well as he could. And so over time, it just kind of naturally grew into what our strengths were. And we built a relationship where we were able to work effectively because we saw when it worked well and when it didn't. And we had enough trust in each other that, we did what was best for the business and were able to suppress our egos. And so I think that was super important. But enough about me. What about you, Narcissus?
I grew up even closer to here. I was born in Yerevan and went to school with you as well. And got to join Venetti about 3.5 years ago when it was starting, and had a few months before thinking about what I really want to do, and decided on an industry and went for it. So that's how I find myself here.
So tell us a little more about Venetti and why you guys are in Armenia.
So what Venetti does is we provide supply chain software for pharmaceutical industry in a very specific niche use case for precision medicine. We hope it's going to be the predominant way medicine is going to be delivered, and we are here to enable access to patients. That's really our ultimate vision. Why we came to Armenia is, to be very frank, is because obviously, taking all the other obvious answers out, the co-founder that I joined, Razmik Abnus, being Armenian, me being from Armenia, having a network in Armenia, and always wanted to come back and give back. But really, it's because I do feel that we had a advantage coming here and knowing the right people to build a team with, and having that the right core person to build a team around allowed us to build a team here, and we had a need to be able to produce quickly, to produce effectively and efficiently, and Armenia allowed us to do that. How about yourselves?
Yeah, good question. So, for us, obviously there was a component of, I'm Armenian and I wanted to do good and so on, but the reason why we're here was primarily, and this was like 80% of it, was because we had a need. We had a problem within our business that we wanted to solve, and that was specifically around we needed to hire more engineers than we were capable of doing. And so this was not about doing good. This is not a charity or anything like that. This was about getting a specific business result. And in my case, I tried to work with Armenia, I think, twice before this time. Both times failed miserably, and both times failed miserably because of the way we managed it.
So can you tell me a little bit more about what you did differently this time that allowed it to be successful?
I mean, it just came down to finding the right first person. And so we were very thoughtful about that process, and having gone through it before, we knew more specifically what we were looking for. And so in our case, we were fortunate enough to first and foremost come in this time around with a much broader support network, primarily in the form of Nina. And she introduced us to Ashot, who is now our managing director. But that was really the key, is finding that first right person. Because if you could do that, then everything else becomes infinitely easier. And the other thing that we did was, we knew that this wasn't going to happen just by wishful thinking and one trip. We knew that we had to invest behind it. Beyond just the money part, this will be my 4th trip out here this year. And so we knew that in order for this to actually work, we're going to have to put a lot of work behind it. And so just like anything else in business, if you make it a priority, you put enough focus on it, then that's really the only way to make meaningful progress across anything. But that was the biggest difference.
Yeah, and we had an additional need that we were trying to fulfill. I think your customers are primarily in North America, entirely North America. We had to grow a global presence very quickly because of the nature of the business we're in. Our customers are in the US, but they immediately have to be in Europe and Asia, and we have to be able to support that, feet on the ground, and Armenia became our way to become the global presence for us and be the European center for the company, and Armenia became that. And so that's what we discussed in terms of the vision of the organization here, to build that and not just not be only a development office, but also think about serving customers on this side of the pond as well. So you touched a little bit about this. I'd love to know other ways that you think about growing an effective team. A lot of thought has to go into it, but clearly you've put a lot of thought into it. So what are the things that you found to be truly effective in scaling a quickly growing team?
So in our Armenia office specifically, we were very specific around the phases that we were going to go through. So for example, phase 1 was, let's hire a core small team of senior engineers that would not require a long ramp time, and demonstrate that they could be at or above the productivity levels of the rest of our engineers. And it was a gated process until we hit that benchmark, and we had very clearly defined success criteria and so forth. We wouldn't even think about going to the next step. And then once we did that, then we said, okay, let's then start taking more risks. So we said, okay, let's start expanding the engineering team, but then also think about, can we expand the scope in terms of the functions we can scale here beyond just engineering? And so the second kind of phase, which is kind of where we're in now, is we're now trying to say, can we stand up product management? Can we stand up technical project management that extends to our team in Russia? We have about 80 engineers in Russia. And so that's kind of the phase we're in. But it's really about having an incremental approach. Much like when you build product, you think about not just sitting there and knowing exactly what it's going to look like at the end. You take very thoughtful experiments and you iterate through time. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to people. And so that was the other major aspect, was we knew that not only did we have to have a great hiring process, but we also had to invest in the people. So just some rough numbers. When we hired our first set of core engineers, we did, out of about 100 applicants that came in, we ended up hiring about 6 out of those 100. And so that was really critical, because then it allowed us to set ourselves up for success, because we were able to find kind of the highest likelihood to succeed. And for every employee that we do have, we bring every single one of them to LA in order to go through our onboarding process, our orientation, because the only way this will work is if we have the same core culture here as we do in our home base. And so that's the other key thing about being able to scale, is there's only so much that you can do through processes and all that kind of stuff. You really have to have that same core DNA and be able to transfer that effectively. And so it's not rocket science. It's pretty straightforward, but you just have to be very deliberate about what risks you're taking, and understanding how much you can actually take on and how much is too much. What about you? What kind of roles are you guys hiring for here?
Exactly the kind of things you're thinking about right now. We're really focused on talent acquisition and talent development. So obviously that's something we're looking at right now, is to actually have a lot more in-house talent as we look at both locally and bringing people internationally is a big focus for us as well, of bringing talent from around the region to the office here, again, with the vision of it being a global sort of center, or the European and Asian sort of hub for us to be able to manage. So that becomes extremely important for us to do. I think the most fulfilling position we have been able to develop is product management, because it really brings the voice of the customer, it really brings the understanding of value delivery and exactly what you're trying to go for, and we're very thoughtful about even the team composition early on, that we would always have the same or similar ratios from the number perspective, but also the way you divvy up work and assign ownership and accountability for a team that's developing value. And so we had to bring on product management quite early on in our team's growth to bring that here, so that we could actually have that consistency and be able to deliver value to customers here who they would have to interact with. We really now are at a phase where we want to bring a lot bigger presence on our customer success side. Obviously we have support here, but really bringing on teams that implement our software with customers directly and really bring that voice and have that ready interaction. We've been lucky to have had the opportunity for our team members here to actually travel and spend time with our customers on site in Europe and other areas that we're expanding to, essentially simulating a lot of what we get to do in the US, but now actually be able to do that physically here as well. So what are you hoping to find roles here, or what are the functions that you'd love to bring here from the US?
Well, for us right now, one of the goals we're trying to achieve is to have an autonomous team that could go full cycle. So to be able to not just have an engineering function that basically, is just involved in the building of it, but to go from the product management all the way down to delivery. And one of the ways we're doing that is, in order to achieve that, we believe that there needs to be a much closer touch point with our end customer. And that's a huge challenge, because we're thousands of miles away from our nearest customer. And so that's why we're actually standing up also a support team right now. And while the support team in and of itself is hopefully going to provide value just on its own, one of the other goals is to actually be able to bring that customer voice closer to the team, and ideally to be able to have a team that's got product management, design, engineering, that can make decisions locally, that doesn't have to go back to home base and understand what they need to do. But those are the primary areas that we're focusing on right now, and if we could be successful there, we can actually start ramping much more than we are now.
I want to ask you a couple more questions, and then take some questions from the back as well. What are the culture norms or standards that you expect, or performance norms that you expect to keep the same across all your offices, and where do you see or are actually expect to see differences, especially as you talk about once you get to a point? How do you define those those milestones across your organization?
Yeah, so going back to having the same core DNA, for us, we've got 3 core values: achieve the extraordinary, change lives, and be a great team. And those are non-negotiable. Those are things that absolutely have to be there, and things that we interview for and all that. And kind of the other ethos of Service Titan is we're obsessed with customers. And so being able to have that level of empathy and being able to understand how the things you do end up affecting them and so on are again, non-negotiables. In terms of the things that we expect to be different, I think those are then the drivers of how we achieve those things. And so I don't expect the inner workings in every detail to be able to be exactly the same. And in fact, there is going to be an expectation of some differences. But what we try to do is set very clear expectations in terms of what we hope to achieve and what is expected, and hold them accountable to that.
Yeah, and we have a similar sort of mentality of, when we hire in the US, we do not compromise on the people we bring on. It's just the one thing. no matter how painful the business need is you're trying to fulfill, or how quickly you're trying to move, and how important the short-term goal is, the one thing we don't compromise, we'll compromise in scope all day long, but we'll not compromise on the people you bring on.
Yep.
And that has been the one thing I think that we've had to keep extremely consistent here as well. That's allowed us to build the amazing team that we've had. But obviously, elephant in the room is with all of these conversations is the talent pool here is not as great as in a lot of other markets. What are you thinking about, or what have you done already to create talent and to develop talent here?
Yeah, great question. So why don't we start with what we do have here? I would say, obviously our strength is the depth of the engineering talent. And I think that's the core of what allows any prospect of tech developing to be there. But what I would say is equally as important is the level of energy here. Like even just seeing year over year and the amount of progress that's being made, but more importantly, the light in people's eyes, how hungry they are for opportunity. And it's at a different level than what you see in a developed place like California. And so I think the core ingredients are there. To me, the key things that I think need to be developed, a couple of things. One is, even though engineering is the core, if you just look at what proportion of college graduates are studying engineering, I would argue it's just not where it needs to be. When I think about the opportunities that path provides and the number that we have actually graduating, it's nowhere near a rational distribution, in my opinion. But then if we want to actually be serious about tech and have a successful ecosystem here, it can't just be engineering. It's got to be the full life cycle. And so having the product management, I think, is probably like the next most important thing to develop, because engineering, generally speaking, it's how you go about solving a problem, but product management is what are you solving? And when I think about the conversations I have with the local startups and all that kind of stuff, the tech is fantastic, and then the quality of what they produce is great, but where I see the biggest opportunity is like, what problems are they really solving? And so I think that's a muscle that needs to be developed. And the other kind of general area that I think is a big opportunity for improvement is to go beyond just the technical lens and really understand the business context. And so, for example, the other day I was asking somebody, what is the product? It was a startup, and I said, what is your product that you're selling? And they said, it's this software, blah, blah. I was like, no, wrong. The product that you're selling is your business. That's the product that you're selling. So talk to me about your business, because they're so eager to show you the demo and all that kind of stuff, where it's like, I don't understand what you're showing me. Unless you tell me exactly what problem that you're trying to solve, then it doesn't matter. So I think having a closer understanding to the end game and what it's all about, and specifically around the market aspect and understanding customers and all that, I think that's the area that's probably most ripe for development here.
Yeah, and I don't know if you shared this with me, but I have this alternative motive of, at some point in the future, not right away, graduating the next set of great product managers into the system here. To add value to other companies to start their own. I think that would be amazing. One technique we've done, and I know you've done the same, is we spend a lot of time bringing leaders from our US team here for prolonged periods of time, from engineering management, from product management, from product design, to HR and support here, to spend time with the team and to mentor and teach and sort of serve with example, and to identify good talent and bring them on. We also bring senior talent from outside of Armenia, because to develop talent, you also have to have exemplary people working next to you day to day. And I think that's an extremely important ingredient that we're focusing on quite heavily. So I think that's what we want to do. And now we're thinking a lot more about bringing more junior folks into the team and helping them find the right path to a more customer-facing role. Not just in support, but in implementation and things like that really give them very direct experience of what the customer goes through, and I think they can then carry that forward and make a bigger impact. So
awesome. Let's get to some questions. Let's get to the first one. What challenges have you seen in hiring product management?
I think exposure, right? So product managers in Armenia haven't had the exposure, haven't had the ownership. I think that's been, to me, the number one challenge is there's difference between being a head of product development who's just delivering a spec that you've been handed, which is much more scrum mastering or engineering management or project management. And there's a whole different thing that, our head of business development, when they want to find out what is the next set of features, the next release, if the product line is in Armenia, they have to talk to the product manager here to find that out, which puts decision-making responsibility on the product management here to say, this is what we're going to build, and I'm putting all my eggs in that basket, and if I make a mistake, then it's my mistake. That authority was very difficult to find, and that was our biggest challenge in hiring from product management. So what we did, and this is our differences and sameness, in the US when we hire, we expect that to be a part of your experience. Here, what we looked for is acumen. We looked for people who have clearly showed the ability to do that, and then we invested heavily in developing that and giving them that responsibility from day one and the support structures needed to make them successful. And yourself?
Yeah, in our case, I feel like when I interview product managers here, a lot of them are coming from more kind of service businesses that are developing software for other companies, and the term used here is product owner. And as I go through the interview process, I could tell what they want to talk about is agile and how do you do scrums and all that kind of stuff. And to me, the biggest challenge is just defining what a product manager is supposed to do, which is not that. That is not product management. Product management is understanding what problem you're solving, what is the next most high priority thing, to have empathy with the user and all that kind of stuff. And I think that's a muscle just that hasn't been flexed and developed here. So to me, that's the biggest gap.
One thing I want to touch on, obviously the competition conversation is very important. What expertise do you miss here the most? I think that's a very interesting kind of problem to solve. If you could wave a magic wand and had specific expertise here that you could bring on, what would those be?
Well, for us, it would be expertise with home services. That domain expertise is the most critical thing that, it's driven the success of our business. Going back to what Ara was talking about, the reason why ServiceTitan is successful is because we know our customers. In fact, the reason why we're able to do the things we do and sell like we do and so on is because many times we go into those conversations and we know more about their business than they do. And so that has been our competitive advantage. That's why the product is as good as it is and our team is as focused on our customers as it is. So if I had a magic wand and I could achieve anything, it would be about having that domain expertise in Armenia. What would be your magic wand?
Very related. I would have a customer in Armenia, or I would have a customer really, really close by, because there's nothing greater that creates the understanding of value and the right pressure and the right kind of structure, that trickles down to the way you do your DevOps and the way you do your SQA, that when you actually have a customer demand right in front of you and trying to meet a need. I think that's the one thing that I would do if it was possible, if I had that magic wand. I think we have maybe a couple of minutes, or maybe another minute, but my question to you is, how has the Armenian network impacted you and your the business as a whole, and also you establishing presence here, both both in the network in the U.S. as well as the network here? So I'd love to know.
Yeah, for us, it's been a pretty large factor in our success. So I think, we tend to, when we think about Armenia and Armenians in the world, it's always from this position of there's this genocide thing, and we're so small and blah blah blah. It's always this almost position of weakness, and it's bullshit. We have huge strategic benefits to being within this community. So for example, in ServiceTitan's case, our first non-dad customer was Armenian. And we found him because my friend's neighbor's uncle or something had a company, and we made our way in. In fact, our first 3 customers were Armenian. One of our earliest investors, in fact, several of them were Armenian. And our first set of employees we pulled from the network. And so the fact that we're small is not necessarily a disadvantage, because living on the outside, there's this weird dynamic where if I ever see a list of names, I start hunting for the Armenian last name, just like without even thinking about it. Or if I like meet another Armenian anywhere, like I have an instant affinity, my guard is down. So like I think in many ways, being small is a huge advantage because you have a much lower barrier to kind of making those connections. And for a variety of historical reasons, our population is actually primarily on the outside. And so that actually gives a huge advantage to the startups here because there's a distribution network that's organic. Now, it's not mature. There's a whole lot of upside that's still yet to be realized. But for us, I don't think ServiceTitan would exist as it is without the Armenian community and the support that we got every step of the way. So it's been huge for us. It's been absolutely essential. What about for you guys?
I mean, our general manager, Dion, we built a relationship before the company even existed through the network, right? And so, and when I talked about having that advantage that I don't think a lot of other companies have, you could go to many other markets, typical places you would go to build a second office, like, India or somewhere in, Russia or Ukraine, knowing people that you trust, knowing people who you can share a vision with, that's something that you can only do when you've built a relationship, and that networks has allowed us to do that. And it's allowed us to, both Razmik and I, to have confidence to bring the first few people in, bring them into our US office and indoctrinate the rest of the organization into the network. And that kind of, when people see strong relationships and a fast-moving train, they jump on. And so I think having that, like, people don't mind, like, oh, these Armenian, they're excited to be part of that. And I think that's been, we've had many, many members, and obviously you have this experience where people compete to come to the office here and be part of when they see the feeling of making impact, people want to make impact, and especially startup people want to make impact. And the Armenian community is in a place where everybody wants to do that, and that network effect has really helped us build very strong relationships.
Yeah, I think it's particularly potent in the tech world because if you think about the world that exists today and the world that's going to exist tomorrow, there's so much opportunity. There's going to be so many trillions of dollars of value created over the next decade, and the ecosystem here has the advantage where there's very little areas where it's going to be truly competitive. And so what that means is the opportunity to collaborate, the opportunity to help each other and so on is gigantic. And I think if I had to go back to your other question in terms of where are the opportunities for improvement, like in California, the culture there is if I'm working on a project, it's not like, oh, it's a super secret thing, I'm not going to tell you what it is, what if you steal my idea, like that doesn't exist. And it's funny because people will openly share different kinds of things, and it's gotten a lot better. But even a couple of years ago when I was here, it was like, we'll have this idea, but I can't tell you what it is, because it's like that aspect of it is hugely detrimental. And so going back to this idea of what is Armenia's unique advantage, I think it's the fact that the tech world, by definition, has so much opportunity that it creates this environment where it's safe for people to share and be very open and frankly vulnerable in terms of exposing themselves a little bit. But the tribal nature and then and almost the self-policing aspect of it is what I think allows people to do that effectively.
Yeah, and I think one message for me, for anybody who's, I guess, maybe new to the networking here, is networking was not as popular just a few years ago. I think it's really been impressive at how much it has increased as we started coming back. But the network wants to add value, and so be open and share as much as possible. Kind of concluding question for you. As you bring on team members, I think it's a very important technical question about how do you go about providing equity, and how much value has that added, and how do you approach it?
Yeah, great question. So this was super important, and taking off the ServiceTitan hat and putting on like the Armenian hat for the second, I feel like the thing that's going to be where the wealth creation comes from, it's going to be around creating valuable businesses and having the equity in those businesses be spread as much as possible. And so when we started here, one of our bullet point number one was we got to make sure that every single employee in Armenia has equity in the business. And so that's a big part of the value that we pitch to our prospective employees, is that they're going to get equity. And I think one of the key things that I would like to see within the ecosystem here is a greater awareness of how valuable that is. And I think part of that is we just haven't had any big successful exits coming out of here. But I think my hope, my dream is for us to be the first company that actually demonstrates what an IPO means and what it could do to the people on the team and all that kind of stuff. And so that was our number one driving factor in terms of the impact that we can make, is to actually show the value of equity. And what we're hoping to do is actually influence the other startups in the ecosystem to do exactly the same. And when I think about, a lot of the startups here have both publicly and privately raised concerns about us coming in and, throwing money around and taking everyone's engineers and all that. And my response to them is, if you are an exciting startup and you have equity and that's part of then that dream should be enough to keep your people on that team. And so I think this equity piece is super, super critical, because that's what drives Silicon Valley. Like if you look at why kids that go to Harvard and Stanford and all that want to go into tech versus finance and all the various fields that those kinds of people can go to, it's the upside on the equity. That's the main driver.
Yeah, we find equity, and we take a very similar approach and made it conditional on our board that the only way we open up a branch here, for it to even be a branch and not an outsourcing team, is that everybody has ownership and everybody has equity. But that equity translates very directly into action, into feeling of ownership, into that wanting to do more, and it's just palpable. And yes, people don't have as much familiarity with it with previous experiences, but the culture of ownership is something that once you join is very important, and you become part of it very quickly. So it's, I've heard concerns about, well, if I give them equity, they don't really know what it is, but it's way more than that, than just the upside. It's also everything else that gets built around having that ownership. And to me, being an Armenian company, an Armenian affiliated company, is that whoever you have in Armenia has that ownership, and that you're transferring some of that ownership to Armenia.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you.
That was awesome, guys. Thank you. All right, the moment you've all been waiting for, the pitch competition. So we're going to have 6 startups pitch. It's going to be under 3 minutes each, which for those of you that think that's a short time, Y Combinator only gives companies 2 minutes. Our thoughts are, in 2 minutes, you should be able to explain who you are, what problem you're solving, what market you're addressing, and why you're excited about your business. So we're excited to invite these teams up. We will be judging. Our speakers will be the judges. Just hang around for 2 minutes after the pitches, and we will have the winner announced. Thank you.
Mikrofonut tam.
Hi everyone. I'm Vazgen. I'm the CEO of StackDev and a senior developer with 20-year experience. When I have a technical question, I go to Stack Overflow. Usually, I find an answer, but many times the answer is missing or not working. When I have a non-technical question, like to be or not to be, I go to Reddit or Quora. The results are the same. Q&A platforms have billions of traffic and page views, which is being converted into the millions of dollars of advertising revenue. Users generate a lot of content by their time and knowledge on those platforms, but they earn nothing. We came up with the idea of StackDev after we earned $250 by spending only 30 minutes on answering one question on Upwork, which had no answer on Stack Overflow. The market of online forums will become much bigger than $1 billion if authors of content are rewarded. The pie will become bigger. StackDev is a Q&A platform which distributes 50% of its revenue to the users. You post a question or an answer. Your posted content generates revenue for our platform. Then the algorithm calculates how much each user should be rewarded. And finally, you will receive your money into your wallet once a month over the lifetime of the content, just like royalties. Our first target user group is developers, because we know them. We have an experience of growing product, which has 230,000 developers today, and is growing fast. They have already started channeling those users from that project to StackDev, and currently we have about 2,000 developers on StackDev. But we are aiming for 100,000 by the end of 2020. And we already generate and distribute revenue to those users. Here is the team behind our startup. I and Andronik share 27 years of experience in development together, and our team is well balanced between project management, business strategy, and development. And we worked as a team on a number of successful projects. By the way, we are raising our seed round. We all think that it's fair that those who generate income for others by their time and knowledge should be rewarded. Thank you. And this is the future of the user-generated content. I forgot to say this. And I would like to invite our next amazing startup, Lucky Carrot. The stage is yours.
Thank you. At our company, we chose and gave bonuses to the best employee of the month. But we had a huge problem here. We didn't exactly know how to share these bonuses fairly and effectively, and every month only one employee would get the bonuses. And this, of course, demotivated and kept disengaged the other employees. And we are not alone in this. According to Gallup surveys, 85% of all employees worldwide are not engaged at work because of not feeling appreciated. And employee disengagement is one of the top reasons for high employee turnover rates. So we did an internal hackathon at our own company, and we came up with a great solution which we're right now using. I'm Mariam, and I'm introducing Lucky Carrot, where we show the value of each employee. Lucky Carrot is a platform for peer-to-peer recognition and reward system to make employees super engaged, recognized, and rewarded. Now here's how it works. Each employee gets a certain number of carrots by the company each month, which they can give to their coworker as a way of saying thank you, aligning the feedback with the company core values. For example, here, Lilith gave 2 carrots to Hasmik for being result-driven and for motivating her to complete her tasks. And now Hasmik can redeem her collected carrots into awesome gift cards and fan activities. And while the employees feel appreciated and super engaged, companies are able to gather and use the data to improve on how the team members interact with one another and how the team members align towards the company core values. We get positive feedback from all company levels, and here is a picture that one of our clients shared with us telling that they had no carrots left to appreciate their coworkers' really exceptional performance at work, so they bought and gave him real carrots. After launching the beta in November, we acquired overall 13 companies, and right now there are other 7 companies using the trial. And we've got some great news. It's been 3 days since Lucky Carrot is being used at IT Ministry. Thanks. We charge companies $2.50 per employee per month, which is even less than a cup of Starbucks coffee. And we plan to become a unique marketplace for redeem channels by taking 15% commission from them. And right now we're raising $100,000 to expand to Baltic countries and to drive the sales and marketing up there and to add some more new awesome features. And in our team, we have combined experience of 15 years in full stack development, product development, and quality assurance, and another 8 years in HR, closely working with employee engagement tools. So if you're interested, we can have a nice chat afterwards during the happy hour, and actually we can do the demo together. I'm Mariam from Lucky Carrot. Thank you. So next up is another cool startup called Wirestock. Give a big hand to him.
Thank you, Mariam. Hi everyone, I'm Mikhail, the CEO of Wirestock, and I'm going to start my presentation with a short story about my friend Davo. As me and Davo were hanging out about a year ago, he started showing me some of the content he's created over years. He also told me about his dusty hard drive full of 1 terabyte of amazing photos and videos he's never made a single penny from. And he asked me if I knew a place where he could sell his content. I immediately thought of stock content marketplaces, as I used to purchase content there for my other projects. As soon as he heard that, he got stressed out. He told me selling on stock agencies is the worst idea. To upload a single image, it takes 5 minutes to upload a single image, add descriptions, keywords, categories, titles, doing it on 5 to 10 different websites to the point that it's not worth his time. And then it hit me. What if we could create a place where content creators like Davo would get one-door access to all the marketplaces and be able to monetize with their existing content in a matter of minutes or even seconds? I took this idea and went to a group of friends who have years of experience of building software products, and to my surprise, not only did they like the idea, but came up with innovative solutions like automation for aggregating submissions and image recognition for automatic keywording and captioning. Fast forward 4 months, Wirestock 1.0 was born. 1 week later, Davo earned his first dollar through Wirestock. Since our launch in March of 2019, we have been growing our portfolio 150% month over month, and have accumulated more than 50,000 photos and videos from created by 1,000 plus photographers from around the world. Hundreds of photographers have been able to earn money through Wirestock, paying us 15% on every single transaction. We're growing rapidly to capture a larger and larger portion of a 4 billion stock photography market, and then expand to aggregate other photography monetization channels. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the future of content monetization, and Wirestock is the carrier of this disruption. Thank you. Next on the line is another exciting startup, Preva. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Vlad. When I was working in a big company like Cisco, I always struggled issue with corporate expenses. I need to keep all of these receipts and go and fill all of this heavy expense report. But although there are some tools that tries to automate all of this process, but still it doesn't help because the unknown language of the receipt. I still need to get and fill the manually expense report. And this is only in tech company. What about the others? Just in Europe, small and medium companies making about 21 billion euro yearly transaction and going through corporate payment processing system after that. We have solution for them, and it's for free. Introducing you Payva, corporate payment system that helps companies to cover their employee expenses, but without any expense report, receipt, or credit cards. How it works? Basically, after creating corporate account in our platform, companies define their financial rules, like they can create $100 limit for petrol or $200 limit for business lunch. Then assign it to employee who can spend the budget only according to financial rule. We transfer money from corporate Payva account to merchant Payva account directly without any interruption. Basically what we do is that we eliminate all of these banks, corporate credit cards, post terminals, even the receipt, and connect companies directly to merchant, making the transfer more affordable and paper-free and controlled. Our business model is simple. We are charging 2% from merchant companies. We found a methodology how we can onboard a merchant and companies into our platform. And so we are executing already in Armenia and have revenue here. And so, we plan to expand our product in Belarus market in 2020. Our team consists of the software engineers, sales, and marketing specialists with more than 10 years of experience in the sphere. And all of us have struggled the issue before. Here's my contacts. Thank you for your attention. And next startup is Zug. Meet here.
Hello. My name is Agata. I'm an illustrator and co-founder of Zug, a selfie application which converts simple selfies into stylish illustrated portraits. And even though there is a buzz around this word, I swear our products are truly powered by AI. Oops. Can you please draw me? This is the question I am asked every single day. We realized that people love an artist to draw their portraits, and we were drawing. We have created and sold thousands of illustrated portraits and make a lot of people really, really happy. We sell them for $15 per each and have only excellent feedbacks, and 40% of our customers ordering over and over. But we realized that we need to scale the market, which was impossible because everything was done by hand and our customers need to wait several days to receive their orders. But fortunately, we've met AI guys, and together we have created an AI algorithm that makes the process of art creation magically fast. Our AI magic learned to draw just like us, and now we are making a selfie application that converts simple selfies into a stylish illustrated portraits just in 5 seconds. Let's see how it works. It's super easy. Customer makes a selfie or a photo, then he presses convert button and our AI magic draws his portrait just in 5 seconds. I'm pretty sure many of you liked Face Up and used that and had a lot of fun about it, so it's time to make illustrated portrait and have much more fun. But we've got also an order button in our application, so customer can have his illustrated portrait printed on Thermomax t-shirts, phone cases, socks, and even underwear. And we are just package it with love diesel and send it to our beloved customers. There are many fake selfie applications that promise you that to create illustrated portrait based on your selfies. But when you download them and pay, you get nothing but filtered photos. Do you know how many downloads and cheated users they have? Millions. This means that people are waiting for us, for our super cool illustration portraits. And also we understood one thing. If people were paying us $15 and receive only one portrait and need to wait for their orders for several days, I'm pretty sure they will subscribe and use our application because they will have as many selfie portraits illustrated as much they want, anytime they want, anywhere they want, and all of this in different art styles with our AI magic. So let's see who's behind all of this, our magic team. Hasmik is our drawing magician, Abel is our genius AI wizard, Irina is the lord of the management, Vazgen is our almighty tech guru, and me, a humble painting elf. Thank you very much. If you are interested in this, I will be very happy. So please welcome our next company, Expert.
Hi everyone, my name is Karan. I'm the CEO of Expert Technologies. Medical treatment is a very challenging process for children. Children are scared as they are far from their homes and forced to be in a stressful and uncomfortable environment. There are more than 10,000 pediatric hospitals in the United States. Over 10 million children yearly visit hospitals for different kinds of treatments and procedures. Stress and anxiety extend the procedure's time. In 10% of cases, doctors have to use sleeping pills to be able to perform procedures. That is why social and emotional support is critical for children during the treatments, as the procedures can be not only scary, but also very painful. And we have a solution. Let me introduce Robin. Robin, can you introduce yourself?
Yes, sure. My name is Robin. I am companion robot, and I am very happy that I am going to help children. I am learning to express and recognize more advanced emotions to understand children better.
Thank you, Robin. Robin is a friendly companion robot with the sole purpose to make children happy and support them during medical treatments. Robin engages children in a playful and meaningful interactions by telling funny stories, joking, and playing interactive games with them. By using our patent-pending technology, Robin intelligently adapts his emotions based on interaction with children, making them natural and human-like, while connecting with children on the emotional level. By this, Robin distracts children from pain and helps them to overcome stress and anxiety. And think about robots that kids love them. And here you can see how children react to Robin. So far, we made the MVP of Robin. We have 3,000 monthly recurring revenue. We are closing our pre-seed round led by SmartGate VC. And this month, we are starting 2 pilots with the biggest pediatric hospitals in Armenia. Our team is coming from world-leading companies such as Synopsys, VMware, and National Instruments, having strong expertise in hardware design, machine learning, and robotics. Also, our team consists of top psychologists and therapists having over 10 years of experience in the domain. Thank you very much.
Good job, Brian.
All right, great startups. So just hang tight for 2 minutes. We're going to collect the feedback from the judges and we'll announce the winners. Don't leave. It'll literally be 2 minutes. Okay, everybody, please take your seats. We're going to announce the winner in 1 minute, but in that 1 minute, please go to Pigeonhole. There's a survey about the event. We'd like you to fill it out. Every year, we're trying to bring better content and more relevant topics, so your feedback really matters to us. So it's only a couple of questions, so we'll give you guys a minute, and then we'll announce the speaker. So please fill it out. You just go to pigeonhole.at, password HIVE, and the survey will be there for you to fill out. Thank you.
Blank stare. Yeah, I got that blank stare. But better than
Okay, so all the
when he turns around, he's like.
just like
Will all the pitch competition participants please come to the front? Got in. Everybody else, please come to the front. Okay, so let's come on stage. How about why don't you guys come on stage? Okay. All right, thank you all so much. So we're joined by the Minister of Technology for the Republic of Armenia. And Hagop is going to be announcing the prize. For a second, he's just going to talk for a minute about some of the exciting things that the government is doing to support Armenian startups.
Great, thank you. I just was, I was listening to the concerns and about doing business in Armenia and lots of initiatives by the startups that came and relocated in Armenia, opened their branches. I just wanted to say that all the there are some certain activities by the government and especially by the Ministry of High-Tech Industry to really support the companies, not only local, but also the companies that are opening the branches in Armenia. The talent pool is certainly a priority for us, and we'll be involving the players already working in the marketplace to bring their trainings into universities and financing them so that we get students working already after the graduation of the universities, and we'll be also involving the companies to train them in the universities. The secondly, growing the business knowledge part of the companies and the talent pool in Armenia. You know, in the Soviet Union times, no one was doing business, right? So the business skills and the product management skills are not very well developed in Armenia, but with the help of our friends and also diaspora people outside and getting them involved into this process, we could grow also these skills. But not taking much of your time, I'll be talking about the programs via media and in other stages, of course, not taking much of the time of the startups. I would like to announce the winner. Let me just say who are the participants one more time. Lucky Carrot, Paywa, Expert, Wirestock, StockDev, and Zook. So, your name again?
Mikhail.
And your company? So you are the winner. Wirestock, getting $25,000 by HIVE.
All right, let's take a photo. And I just want to do a big round of applause for all of these amazing founders.
How about we do that thing again when you come from here and we do selfie with all people cheering?
All right.
Can you come do that from here?
I don't think you understood what you're
Okay.
saying. All right. So just to wrap up, thank you all so much for coming. This has been, I think, the best tech conference we've had yet. We had hundreds of people join on the live stream. We had some very kind people that sat in an overflow room next door to watch because we were out of space. And I'm just incredibly thankful again to Edil for making this happen, to all of our speakers. Thank you so much. And lastly, I just want to do one thank you to the team. Thank you to David for running the Pigeonhole and Tech. And a special thank you to Aslik, who made this all happen. All right, so we've organized an awesome happy hour that we've partnered with Menu AM on. It's going to be at Lovers Park at the Acha Jur restaurant across the street. So please head there. There's awesome drinks. You'll have plenty of time to socialize, and all the speakers will be there as well. Thank you.
And a big thank you to Nina for organizing all this.